you went into, and that's the most northerly one there. That is the menagerie. You walked into that place, and it was kind of a singular entrance, and started to spiral you around the outside of this building. And on each side of this hallway, you saw not simply just different rooms like cells, but they were all different kind of habitats. Like one would be a desert, one would be like an icy tundra, one would be a jungle, one would be like a tropical island. So there was a lot of different varying things until you eventually got to the kind of center portion of that one as you wound into the maze. And that's where you just saw kind of a singular central dais, and there was this large stone egg about the size of the Lixus. Very much plain, little to see other than this like 4 foot tall egg that seems quite well like smoothed across the top as if hands had touched it like hundreds and thousands of times. Um, Upon investigating closer, Velixis, you were basically just now coming to realize that there was a reason people put their hands onto this. And you were basically enacting a blood ritual because there were tiny little blades inside of this little egg's top. And there were 8 of them at the top, each of them drawing like a little bit of blood. This is some form of altar for a blood ritual, and this egg seems to be prepared to essentially let blood from 8 different locations, however it is meant to be touched. And that's where we stopped. Felixis was kind of looking that over, kind of come to the recognition that this was used for some sort of blood magic, and it's kind of up to you. What sort of thoughts do you all have inside of this kind of like puzzlish place? A lot of different habitats and zones of different worlds, kind of thing. No animals. And then you kind of walk into this very overall kind of plain laboratory where this central stone plinth seems to be created to draw your blood or someone else's.
So while examining the stone, while examining the stone, the spike statue, stone oval, Valixis is actually curious as to where the blood that is taken goes, but she doesn't want to activate it. She doesn't want to risk it because she's not sure what might happen. Um, so she kind of examines it.
Roll an Arcana check for me. And while you're rolling that, my bad, but continue there.
So she continues to examine it over to see if there is anything here that may, or anything on it that may give way to what it is that it's actually used for.
What do you mean give way to what it's used for?
Like, with it being used to draw blood, she's basically trying to see if it's a locking mechanism or if it's something to perform a ritual. One of the
Gotcha.
two.
So, looking over this thing, it is 100% used for a magical spell. You can basically make that out and draw the idea that the blood doesn't go anywhere. It's going to be consumed. So there's not necessarily like um a place for this blood to go in the process of the actual spell, like many components, that blood is going to be consumed in whatever the creation of the spell ends up being. But you can see and kind of intuit through your magical knowledge. Um, you can certainly begin this spell. It seems to be some transference of life. You can use life to create new life with this thing. If you were to draw enough blood, you would be able to create effectively some sort of maybe animal, depending on how advanced and how powerful you are. Some animals might be a little bit more advanced than others that may be potentials of what you can create with this. It is hard for you to understand what the Netherese might have been limited by this, but your initial exploration uh, definitely gives you the idea that you can probably create a creature if you were to sacrifice enough life.
Okay, so she would turn to Fan or wherever, look in the direction that she used to for him to be, and explain this device. It was used to. It seems it was used to create other creatures. It's definitely blood magic invested in this, but as to what kind of creature it's used to create or creatures it was used to make, we won't know unless we actually give it a try. But with me, with my magic, I'm not sure what I would be limited to, and I'm not sure if the Netherese were limited to anything. When they did this, they could have had multiple wizards giving blood to this. So who knows what they were trying to create with it? Could have been anything with the different habitats out there.
Then, thinking back to cost of the divination, uh, is wary about enacting any of the powers that are resting in these places.
I think we should investigate it further to see what it is they were trying to create. I don't want to activate it, but I definitely want to see what it is that the Netherese were trying to create here, or if they created something.
Is there anything else in this room, or any writings or markings on the plinth?
Um, I would say more or less any of your investigations as to this, you're going to kind of come across like this isn't really limited in kind of what it is you can create. Looking at the habitats, looking at the different sizes of these containments, some of these things are small, some of these things are large. To imagine that there is a limit to what you can do with that thing is kind of like something there probably isn't. Their magic was much more powerful than magic is that exists now. So to imagine like the limits are the same, the only thing that might be uh, comforting is to recognize that there are kind of like habitats. They're not simply like, say, the entire city kind of thing. I don't know. I think you're going to see that this is one of those places that there's no limit to the amount of magic that you can expend here. There's no limit to the amount of death that you can create here. So, like, you might give your life to activate this process. You don't understand how much magic it will take to begin this process.
I think Fen would urge Volixus exercise caution in that regard, stating that the magics used at the time were a far scale above what we had at our disposal.
Felix will kind of look up in this direction and look and kind of start feeling towards uh, with her hand still on the stone. She would agree. She doesn't think that I don't think I'm really that powerful right now. Like maybe if I was very powerful, like the ancient wizards, I could probably activate this thing and see what I could do. But probably if I tried, I probably would either lose all my magic or possibly my life. Right, and in regards for a wizard, regardless of which, if we lose our magic, we might as well lose our lives. So she kind of steps away from the stone and she fiddles around the area for anything else that she can find. Uh, do you see anything else in here, Finn? Like, is there anything else in here that may give us any further information? Are there any other rooms?
As far as it kind of works, like you walk around this into the descending circle, it's kind of like a nautilus shell inside of there. Once you leave the actual like different locations that make up almost these cells of this place, once you kind of walk through that, the end is almost like just kind of like like maybe a point on an exclamation mark, where it's just like this hall of storage for creatures just continues around until you end in this, like, say 20 or so foot diameter room, but in the center it's just this egg. It's otherwise a pretty austere place that you walk into, but it does show you again like the purpose of this entire building is this thing at the center. And you can kind of see that the result of this thing is creatures.
So after doing the walk around and getting to the end of the point of this dome, she turns back to begin walking back towards where she came from. And and when she gets back, okay, so this dome is definitely just rooms going around, and at the end, it's kind of just storage. What do you think we should? What do you think we should do? Should we continue exploring here? Should we go to the next to another area?
Yeah, we can continue on. We didn't go to that tower yet that's nearby, and we didn't go in and check the inside of the theater.
Alrighty, you may have to lead the way for me. I can still find my way around, but I don't want to have to try to find my way to a whole another building. It might take a while for us to get there if I did that.
So you still have Galeria with you. Galeria can certainly be kind of leading you. Same thing, like in general, it's going to be assumed now Galeria is just leading you um, as the group kind of moves. Which reminds me, did we ever discuss? Did you ever think of a backup for yourself, then?
We talked about it last week, and I thought you were just going to give me a generic fighter.
Oh, yeah, my bad. I just didn't
Marshall.
name it in my notes. So maybe that's what it was. Is that no Fen Farstrider? All right, we didn't actually give you a token for them though. So yeah, so you guys have at least this group, but I would say in general, just kind of assume Galeri is still leading Felixis around. Um, so when you all are walking around in the menagerie here, kind of finishing this expedition point, let me have you all roll 2 different dice here, please. Can I have each of you roll a d8 and then each of you roll a Constitution saving throw? Excellent. Alrighty, excellent. So Felixis doesn't see any of this happening. Fen, you can see that Felixis's face, where her eyes have been torn out, is not quite reacting as if something horrific has happened. There's not really swelling going on with her eyes. They seem rather normal. But you're kind of seeing a weird change in her facial structure seems to almost be like shrinking back. So her muzzle is getting a little bit shorter. Her eyes are getting a little bit more forward on her face as her face stops to be a little bit like cone shaped and starts to almost turn like a little bit more humanoid as it kind of gets rounded. But it's very subtle. You're probably looking around. You've got super high passive, I believe. Yeah. You're kind of like looking around almost corner of your eye every once in a while, just like, Alexis looked like that yesterday? And it's just kind of one of those things, like, you kind of notice it, but it's corner of your eye, and it's not quite obvious enough that you really know what's going on. It's just this almost feeling that you like look at Velixis and you're like, she just looks a little bit more round than she did yesterday. And then I need you both to do Constitution saving throws from Galeria. And then, did you say you had a name for your backup, Finn?
I did not, but let's go with Ged, GED.
I think I said that right. That Velixis Brennick, Dorian, Valine, and Ged. There we go. So as you all head out of this dome, you'll find yourselves back inside of the glow of the Mythaler from the center spire. You have the tower kind of straight ahead of you, and the theater that you've kind of left behind is to the south of you. But you're basically in that kind of like northwestern corner that is effectively the top of the screen here. Going to the tower or back to the theater?
Let's check the tower first.
Alexis would agree to the tower. So, but so the Melissa does head over to the tower. Melissa's kind of just thinking about everything they've seen since they got here, trying to piece together the riddle or the steps that they've had so far. about getting into the center of the tower, and she's kind of wondering what is actually in there. Like, what did they seal inside, or what is inside? Why is it locked up with no one here?
So this is one of the 10 towers that you all have kind of really seen in this place. I guess really 11 if you can consider the actual music hall. That's almost like an organ-like tower. This was one of the potentials, though it doesn't fit all of the general looks of the actual schools of magic that are almost all kind of like fingers stabbing through, generally in the center of this place. This one does sit out towards the edge, and it's a little bit shorter than the others. When you approach it from the actual side of where the menagerie kind of exits, like on that northwestern edge, you can actually see that part of how this tower hooks over like into a nail point, uh, like there's almost like an open square to this or not square, like rectangle inside of this side of the tower. And from that side of the menagerie you can actually see that there's some sort of glass lens that kind of sits like right about at this edge of the building, but inside of it. And it's about halfway between the top and the bottom of the rectangle, if the long side of the rectangle basically goes up and down. So there's just this kind of glass circle that sits in the center of it. And you can very particularly see, like, whatever this opening is, it's meant for whatever this glass is, because the glass is just a little bit smaller than the actual. But as you all enter into this place, you would further see that there are no markings for any school of magic. If you were hoping for this to be the like school of chronomancy, you don't seem to see any marks like you've seen the other schools where they have marks on the outside of the school. But as you do enter, you all are going to see that there is a robed individual who is inside of this like lower level, and they are looking into a long cylindrical thing that, while it's more or less the size of their hand or your hand at this person, it periodically gets larger and the cylinder kind of expands until at the opposite side towards the roof you can see where it ends in that opening to the ice above this place. And this robed individual, quite broad at the shoulders, probably about 5 feet or so tall, just seems to be hunched over this object at the small side of it, and is not paying attention to you all as you enter into this.
All right, so once they get inside and they notice this person, Melixis would actually kind of walk in and kind of try to basically get a feel for the air to see if she can hear anyone else aside from the one person that spotted. Um, Once she feels like there's no one else in there, and it's just
Well, hold up then. If you're going to look around for people, stop. So, do a perception check here. As you look around the outside of this room, you can see that there are a bunch of small little insets into the wall. And while most of these just look like little like cubby holes, a few of them belie in the shadows that there are indeed people who are kind of standing and watching this individual in the center. And as you look around, you can spot couple there, couple there, probably about. Fucking Christ. Felixis doesn't have eyes. You can't see.
I think she. No, I did. I said I was kind of. I was kind of saying I was looking around, but I
So
was kind of saying I was listening for any other individuals.
listening, you hear nothing at all in that actual place. If you are getting a description from Fen, this is why you're about to get your eyesight back, because it is really difficult to have you be blind. Um, if you are looking around for what might be in front of you, you're basically getting descriptions of these things from either Fen or Galarian at this point. As you enter this place and they start to describe things for you, you might have somebody like Fen kind of hush and try to say like now's not the time and go silent, but in the long run, like this person isn't paying attention even with whatever noise Valixis kind of makes asking questions about what your environment is. It's not until you all actually spend some time, um, yeah, I think it's got to go back to you're basically not hearing anything. Ben is trying to maybe keep you quiet, or at least Galeria is, because they know that somebody's there. I think the real decision is as Valixis is asking for a description of this room, Ben, do you have any thoughts on what you are doing?
I would try to look at the cubby holes and see if I can discern any, like, are there
Your
humanoid?
passive, your passive perception, you can see there's probably about 5 to 8 of these things seem to be filled, and they're, from what you can tell, effectively humanoid. Yeah. You're looking at legs, more than anything, just in kind of the passive. Much of the shadow. See, even you can see into that shadow. Yeah, I think you could spot more or less body wise. You're seeing humanoids. Their legs are what is actually lit by any kind of ambient lighting here. But in the long run, yeah, you're looking at about um, two-legged, two-armed creatures, approximately 5 to 6 feet tall on all of them. Some of them seem to be cloaked. Some of them seem to be in a little more like austere. All of them kind of very monk-like in that they're either robed or kind of dressed in um, like vestments kind of thing, very similar to how you would expect like a rogue or a wizard, or not, my bad, a monk or a wizard kind of to dress.
I think Fen will try the old hail and well met. We are travelers in this land and hope to parley.
So when you say a hail, uh, the kind of quick reaction that you're going to see is you're kind of like trying to create a conversation with this creature. You're going to see is this robed figure kind of like just raises a hand, and in the light you see this arm is nearly the height of the creature. From shoulder to hand is approximately the same 4 or so feet. This is not a humanoid. Very quickly you're going to see that this thing has quite long phalanges, like their fingers and nails, kind of all like come out into long, like almost like claws. And you'll see just like a hint of blue across this flesh. And you're just going to see, as from all around the room, these things that you've seen, these humanoids, are actually going to kind of step forward. And you will hear, all of you will hear, Intruders are meant to leave the premises. You are not welcome here. Please escort yourself out. And as this kind of like comes across in your head, all of these things are kind of like marching towards where Fenn's voice came from. Otherwise, that blue arm is going to lower, and the creature never kind of like spins around to look at you.
Haven't met anybody friendly in this place yet. It looks like it's time to go. We meant no disrespect or to disturb you, and we will comply with your wishes. Start backing out.
So when you say that, you kind of just get a repeat of that message. It's the exact same thing. I'm not sure exactly what I said there, but effectively, intruders are not meant to be here. Please escort yourself out. Nothing changes in the tone, nothing changes in the cadence. You don't see any more movement from the creature in the center. These things just kind of approach as you all step out, assuming the entire group steps out, they kind of like walk up to you and no necessary sign of hostility. The moment you all step outside of this tower, those things are going to back away and basically disappear from your view. As far as the open door goes, you can still kind of make out the creature inside, still kind of hunched over what is effectively that telescope. And it kind of just almost resets in front of you. This creature's still there. Those other creatures can't be seen, but you know they're all around that like outskirt of that room.
Was he just examining? What what, what was up with that? It was weird. Uh, did you see anything in there useful, Fan, that we may have been able to use?
Valine might look to you all as well and say, what could he possibly have been looking for inside of the ice to be so distracted from Fen?
I'm not sure, but whatever he's looking at, I'm pretty sure we can find it if we search the area that he's examining. So if it's inside the ice, he could just be looking for a way out, or might be looking for something else. Hopefully, he's just looking for a way out. Should we try to explore around the area of this tower, or do we head off to another one?
Go inside the theater. We didn't go inside last.
I believe last time you guys basically walked to the entrance where you saw kind of what it was and then never really walked inside, which is basically like going to a stadium and standing in the nosebleeds and then saying, cool, and not even like waiting for the game.
Yeah, so let's maybe take a closer look.
Very well. The looks was happily to lead her over to the head over towards to the theater. That way they can get a better look at the theater, and once they arrive, um, the looks would have Gloria explain the inside of the theater, what they're able to see, what's going on inside.
So again, like from the actual entrance area, this place has a lot of seats that all kind of look towards that central stage. Uh, as far as the stage goes, again, it kind of like has part of its circle cut off for the backstage to kind of walk. Effectively, like stage left is one side of this little pie chunk that's out of the circle, and stage right is the other side of this little pie chunk that's out of the central circle. And backstage is accessible through there, and it goes all the way up kind of this dome before it like melds into the dome kind of seamlessly above head. But you all kind of looking around this place are simply going to see basically the remnants of ancient time. Kind of just, you have little spots where some snow is, but otherwise this is just an austere stone um sarcophagus almost to theater until you go in the back. When you all go into the backstage area, that's where you would see that singular desk that is kind of sitting here. Everything else seems to be kind of missing from this room. There doesn't appear to be much of anything. But on top of the desk, you guys would see 4 pieces of paper apparently kind of sitting there. Maybe not paper though, to say something like perhaps like a vellum or like an actual parchment. I think vellum lasts longest, maybe. No, probably parchment is more endurable. Vellum in the cold probably lasts the longest, so it's probably vellum.
Man, is it is there anything written on these?
The others could indeed confirm that these have some sort of writing on them. In the long run, this is one of those things I think all 3 of the wizards can cast comprehend languages to understand them. Fen would see basically like the crude understanding of the Elvish written inside of Dwarvish to recognize almost like archetypical words, perhaps things along the line of like a martyr, um, like somebody who betrays, somebody who's like infatuated, somebody who's like terrorized by their past, and then kind of like the person who kind of walks freely.
Was someone writing a play that they didn't finish?
My bad. That would be like kind of translating the like almost tops of each of the pieces of paper. So he's almost seeing like each of these pieces has its kind of own like archetypical like title.
Ah, okay. Well, no, honestly, I believe that Melissa would actually take these pieces of parchment to vellum, and she would. Let me double check this real. Okay, yeah. So comprehend language not work for her. See it. So she would. Let's see. She would pull them up honestly, and kind of take them with her. But later on, whenever she can figure out a way to on herself fully, um, with the table, she kind of feels around on the table to see if there's anything else there.
This desk otherwise does not seem to have anything.
All right. Let's see.
No drawers or anything.
No, nope. Just a very simple writing desk. These pieces of paper were about the only thing. And then in this back place, there's really nothing else. It's like signs of like rotted clothing and whatnot, like kind of lost to time. But otherwise, these pieces of paper seem to be what has survived.
Gather them up and take us with them. Take it with us.
Definitely. Oh, so she does put the parchments inside of her bag. Um, Seed is very old, so they probably it's probably been a long time since it's been used. Granted, there are still creatures living here, so who knows. Doesn't look like it doesn't seem like there's much else to this place. Should we go ahead and explore another area? Maybe one that one of the houses or another tower that we haven't been to.
The only other tower you've not been to at this point ends up being the tower that is south of the museum, that you all have not explored inside of kind of one of those housing districts, unless you mean simply like kind of revisiting one of the towers that you all have effectively like walked past. And then, of course, you have a housing district in front of you when you exit the theater, as well as one to the north of you, if you would like to go into something.
Yeah. Oh. While we have this time, let's start systematically exploring the neighborhood in front of the menagerie.
Gotcha. Let me get a perception here from Fen. You can get advantage from everybody except for Elixis helping you. So looking around, you can see there's probably a few kind of houses in the almost like sides of this place. The one largest building that is closest to the edge of Ythryn seems to be some sort of like larger building. It actually has like battlements almost that kind of stand tall, like four towers on each of its edges. That one would kind of stick out as a little bit more interesting simply because its size, and it doesn't seem to be kind of one of like the traditional like boxes that this place kind of has for almost like apartment style housing kind of thing. And then there is another location. Yeah, I think that's probably what you're going to see with that.
Yeah, that's the one I was looking on at the map. So let's go explore that one.
Gotcha. Let me get a roll a I think D6 for me, and then a D100. My bad. Let me get a D20 from you here now. And Let me get 2d4 from you. Bam. And now a d100. Alrighty. So, looking through this location, you are going to see that this is set up into a lot of kind of like small little booths. You can see basically the stone that has like a lot of these like bays almost. And each one kind of has like almost a little open window that has kind of a shelf to it. So you can see there's almost like a transactional level to them. And exploring through a lot of this place, there's a whole lot of nothing here. But with a solid exploration and actually kind of going through, knowing this is the type of place where a lot of wares transacted here and there, you do indeed find a few things of interest here. Among those things, you find a small little cylindrical vial that's about the size of maybe like your middle finger, and it has kind of a deep red fluid inside of it. You find a nice, like, studded ring that has kind of like some sort of crazy silver kind of inlaid into like a dark black stone that almost makes up the actual ring, almost kind of in reverse because there's a stone ring with metal kind of adorning like the top of it kind of thing, as well as you would find a small necklace of a very, very fine silver metal, as well as a brooch that seems to be of one of the schools of magic. Let's go for. I think I just rolled transmutation. Um, So you would kind of understand it was like the third tower that you guys came across from the symbol. I think as far as Fen's concerned, the symbol could mean anything. It's a nice like silver brooch though. As far as recording those, all three of those are jewelry worth approximately 100 gold.
Felix is over in the corner, kind of feeling her way around through a bit of rubble. She calls out to Finn, "Did you find anything?"
So Finn will present the findings and show everybody. A couple of fancy baubles and some kind of vial.
If you'd like, you can open the stopper and give it a little sniff.
I'll give it to Alexis.
You know what's funny? I'm like, my immediate thought was he's going to give it to me. He's going to give it to Alexis.
I want you to feel like you're part of the gang, you know? We still need you. You're part of the, it's handy capable, not handicapped, handy capable.
Oh my goodness. So Alexis has this bottle in hand. She kind of takes it around. Um, she goes. She does think about opening it, but rather than do that, she casts detect magic. To see if she can detect any magic coming from the vial.
You see the auras. This is one of the things we were talking about. I think all of your magic is very, very much a different thing right now because you see the auras emanating from things. when you cast Detect Magic, you're still staring across this icy waste where your body is frozen in ice and your head can swivel from side to side, but you don't see anything. That's all your vision is right now.
Oh,
Let me actually have you do a perception check, actually, in fact, here.
it's gonna fail. I know it. Oh shit.
As you cast Detect Magic, you're going to see straight ahead of you, walking on the ice, is a tiny figure. Just at the end of your view. Impossibly far away, or perhaps something incredibly small and it's really close to you. But it's not like your head turns a little bit to the right and you see it. It's not like your head turns a little bit to the left, all the way to the right, or all the way to the left. Straight ahead of you. Tiny figure walking on top of the ice. And it seems like they're coming towards you. Over the next few minutes, you'll see they're getting larger and larger. But you still don't see anything in the real world. You don't see anything about this little vial that you're holding.
Finn. So real quick, it seems my detect magic is not working for me. At least not on this vial. In a few moments, I may or may not need your help. But real quick, she kind of she pulls the top off the vial, and she does give it a sniff to see if she can smell if it smells foul or if it smells poison. And
Roll another perception here. As you kind of like waft this across your nostrils, trying to see whether it's caustic, whether it smells foul, whether it smells sweet, you're almost kind of like brought back to some of your memories with, was it Jocelyn? Who was your first sidekick? But kind of like throws you back into these memories. And for a few moments, this like sense of smell kind of wafting across your face is like the first thing that almost like blocks this internal vision in your head of this icy plain. And for a moment you actually like see your old friend. You remember like these amazing kind of like playing around where you were growing up. The first time, I think in the past story, one point you stole something to fly, basically. I feel like you kind of like stole a glider or something. It kind of like brings you back to one of your favorite memories as a child. It smells sweet. It smells familiar. It smells like a healing potion.
okay, so I will. So Finn, this is definitely a healing potion. You can probably use that later on. She kind of puts the cap back on it and straps it to her side. Um, as far as with the creature that's walking towards her, is that creature still walking towards her?
Over like minutes of time, you see that tiny little dot become something that seems to have limbs, seems humanoid. 5-10 minutes go by, it'll seem a little bit larger. It's still quite a ways off. But over an amount of time, yes, But again, this isn't necessarily the type of thing right now you should be talking to Fen about it. This is like across the next few moments of us role playing. You're experiencing this happening because again, you have to like wait almost 3 or so minutes to see any change. Otherwise, it's just a dot in the distance kind of thing.
Right, right, right. Okay, so I would.
What my kind of point was is the moment you cast detect magic, you just kind of saw this almost like a single pixel across your screen just went like white. And then after like 10 minutes, you might have 3 pixels kind of thing. It's going to be something for you to roleplay over time here.
Right, right. Okay, so after after figuring out that it's a only person stepping to the side, Finn, let's see, where should we go next? What else? Where other areas should we explore? This is a large town. There's definitely other sections to explore, other parts, other towns in this city to explore as well. We still got one more tower. I would definitely shoot if I could spend an eternity exploring everything and digging this place out. I probably would. Do you have any idea of another area that you may want to check out?
Roll a perception check for me, Alexis. When you say if I could spend an eternity in this place, I probably would. You're going to hear inside of your head the voice of Arl as she says to you, "Your wish is granted." And as the voice kind of changes and loses any sense of kind of like cold sweetness, you're going to see in the ice ahead of you, not this little dot that is before you, but a massive being who towers above the ice as far as you can see. And it is simply this creature's head that you see. Their entire body is frozen into the ice. And you see as this creature is speaking to you, and you hear them speaking to you. And you're going to hear as its voice changes, "You need not ever leave this place. You are mine." Let me have you roll a religion check, please.
Melissa is kind of looking at this creature going, hmm, about that, yeah, that. And she kind of just darts off in the opposite direction as fast as she can. Even though all she can see is ice, she just turns opposite direction and she guns it.
You're frozen in that ice. Like, that's your view. That's the view that's clouded your head since you lost your eyes. Like, this isn't you in Ythryn. In Ythryn, you're about to run, so we'll roll for that in a second. So when you go to run, you're still staring at this creature that is before you. Maybe with the sense now that you never actually were the thing that is frozen in the ice. That from the first moment you made your pact, this is what you made your pact with. And as you see it before you, you are able to recognize, at least through the myths of things, through the ways to gain power in the world, you've at least come across this creature enough that you know the name of Levistus, one of the lords of hell. And as you kind of like are going to run, let me have you roll a d8.
You know what? I don't think I ever got a chance. She ever got a chance to actually investigate too much into his name. Like she investigated a little bit, but not as much as she wanted.
So as you let's see, still inside of there. 5 is yeah. So Fen, you're kind of like just talking to Velixis in this place, and your experience of this is like handing Velixis the vial. She like casts a spell, and you see as she then kind of slowly takes the cap off the vial and sniffs it anyways, recaps it, tells you what it is, and then a moment later, after saying, I could search through this place forever, you're just gonna watch as Velixis like turns and runs right into the corner of stone, basically knocking herself to the ground. She's just gonna stumble over having this is like a classic moment where somebody tries to run through a screen door or run through like a glass door. She's just going to bash right into it, stumbling to the ground. Um, Probably enough to notice there's at least a little bit of a horrified face on Velixis right now.
Rush over. All right, Felix.
I'm not sure yet. I don't think so. I don't. I mean, she kind of just mumbles and stumbles. She's kind of losing it because now she just looked at her on her face and she's just like, I, I mean, I like knowledge as much as the next person, but I don't think I would actually spend an eternity. I'm not going to actually spend an eternity here. And she kind of says that out loud. Am I? She's kind of actually talking. She's talking to
So when Fen asks you if you're all right, and as you like go to respond, you're going to have the other voices kind of responding at the same time that Fen kind of responds to you. Something that might be enough for you to catch that this thing is not limited to what it knows, because as you run in Ythryn, it's going to respond. There is no lack to the power that I will give you. You've paid the price. Gain the knowledge you desire. Ythryn is yours. You will never leave. And then you're like saying that in response, kind of, am I really stuck here for eternity? Fen, what do you say when she kind of like responds with that?
Well, because she doesn't have, or her eyes have been plucked out, it's kind of hard to notice whether she's like just hallucinating or is looking me in the eyeballs or anything like that. So I don't think he would be able to discern whether it was an actual response or just gibberish.
Gotcha. So as you're kind of looking over Velixis, Velixis, you're going to see before you as this creature is still speaking to you, and it's going to then offer you your sister comes with Ythryn already. You see her now, and her presence is near. Time comes quickly. Remove the lean and wish for her power. It is yours. I give it to you. Now take it. And you'll see as that little like white dot kind of bobbling before you is much closer than it was before. And at this point, you can see that there's a white tiefling that is walking towards you. Pale as the snow itself, you can see she's wearing clothing very kind of simple and very light flowing, kind of like gossamer threads. She too does not have to worry about the cold. This is somebody walking in an icy hell. She's wearing next to nothing at all, and she's getting closer and closer. This is the white tiefling that you saw yourself as when you strangled Valine in your sleep.
Okay, so I feel like she would definitely try to resist this command, and she would yell back, "No, I refuse," and she would strike out at the tiefling. She said, "I refuse to do such things." If you have other,
So let me get a dexterity saving throw from Fen, an attack roll from Velixis. Not a spell attack though. This is just you swinging, so it's basically unarmed strike. Should be no proficiency.
okay, so
It'd be like a D20 plus your dexterity, basically. Yeah, so Fen, you're going to see as Velixis is yelling out. I think you said like no, I won't do it, or like no, maybe no, I won't serve you. But basically, like this scream of no is like blood wrenching, and Velixis is gonna swing at you. And plenty of people have swung their fists at Fen. Fen doesn't really take any effort to actually dodge out of the way of this. But it is definitely one of those off-putting things because now you will definitely recognize like whatever made Velixis run into that wall is definitely not you, but Velixis is swinging at you.
Yeah, so I think Ben would back off a little bit and yell out, Alexis, Alexis.
with what's going on, would I hear him calling out to me?
Oh, you're in both places. You hear him speak. The voice in your head is a voice in your head. I think that's going to be one of those things where probably most adventurers at some point have had somebody telepathically speak. So I don't think it's like absurd to recognize the difference there, but I think it's one of those things. God, it's so weird to imagine discussing like what it's like to think in your head because I'm pretty sure there's people who don't think in their head the same way. I feel like I've talked to people who they don't have that like internal dialogue almost in their head in the same way like they don't necessarily visualize in their head. So it's kind of difficult to discuss. But like maybe you can feel Fen's breath as he's speaking to you versus like you simply hear when this thing in front of you is speaking to you. Both of these conversations are happening at the same time, and that would certainly be part of the confusion. But when he is kind of approaching you like that, the other voice is silent right now. So definitely right there, he is clearly uh, calling to you.
Okay, okay. Um. So yeah, I know what you're talking about because I do be doing that sometimes. Like I'll be having a conversation with someone while at the same time having my own personal conversation going on inside my head. So I definitely know what that's like. Um. So when when you call out to me, I kind of with her being on the ground, I assume I feel like Alexis would actually jolt and like kind of stand up really quickly. And she would. What was she doing? What did she do? Because now she has this order. I feel like she would say, "I'm not sure what to do." Um, but I don't think. And she's explaining this to Finn. I don't think that you'll be able to trust me for longer. 'Cause I'm not sure as a wizard. And she's without giving too much information. She's basically gonna say, "Well, as a wizard, it is hard for me to resist power, especially when that power is guaranteed. It's been easy to resist so far because it's not always been guaranteed. There's been risk, but now I'm not sure if I'll be able to resist the gifts that are given to me." And that's kind of the only warning she gives it in kind of a warning tone, um, without giving away too much. Basically, just enough to let you know, Finn, that something is probably about to happen.
And by this time, would Fenn have any insight as to recognizing a psychic or wizard? Uh, like uh, not all battles are physical kind of thing going on.
Make a insight check here. I mean, you could alternatively do something like Arcana. Yeah, okay. Looking at it like this, like I would say 100% you're looking at your friend, and this is one of those things that many monks spend years of their life honing, is their ability to fight off these battles of the soul. You can actually see the flow of his ki. Like many of the things that you manipulate for destructive ends, you can see your friend's ki in the same way. You have strong senses of their ki. It's much easier to see when you're actually like in physical contact with them. I think this is one thing that's a lot of how I imagine monks in this world, is that their understanding of ki is effectively the weave to many other creatures. But among that, it also includes those like heartstrings. If you ever understand anything about like the ethereal plane, when somebody steps into the ethereal, they leave behind a string to their body, and that's part of their ki. And you can see Valixis's ki. Um, I don't think it would be far off to recognize has changed since Vilixis was inside of that creature. Let me have you roll a religion check here. You guys got the name of Levistus when you first went to one of the 10 towns. Do you all remember that 10 town?
Was where the wizard with the upside down pyramid, whatever his name, Alustus, or
Okay, it was with what was it, Darren? Shit. Damn. Now I actually have to. The
it
one
was where it was where Brennick got the simulacrum for the first time.
it, Zahn. There we go.
Yeah.
Um, I'd say you don't quite yet recognize enough signs to say that you know it's Levistus kind of thing. I would say this is one of those moments where you're starting to connect the dots that Valixis didn't survive because of something she did. Valixis survived because of whatever put that ice around her saved her. I think this would be the start of kind of recognizing um maybe it's the type of thing like you're where you're recognizing, holy shit, did Valixis make a deal with Arl? That would be bad. But Arl is a minor deity. Valixis is starting to come to terms that she made this deal with a greater god. But I would say with the 7 right now, Ben's kind of in that like you're drawing the dots, you've not yet started to connect them kind of thing. And you're welcome to play that however you would like, including knowing Levistus if you think Fen has a good reason to. But that's where I would kind of put it to you. Is you're getting there, but you definitely know something is nefarious here, and this is one of the things that many monks train to maintain their like mental autonomy for these very moments in life.
Yeah, but and overall, I think at his level, he's at least got some experience with the various machinations, both the divine and the infernal, as well as
Yeah, so part of what I would say is this is one of those things too. Now that you've got more of these dots ahead of you, this is the type of thing that perhaps Fen is spending your meditation time actually like investigating Felixus's well-being kind of thing. I don't think it is far off what I consider kind of what like the dream world is meant to be, which is kind of what I see elves manipulating. Not necessarily that you don't dream, but that you don't go unconscious to get there. Elves to me meditate inside of dreams, not that they don't dream. It's basically that they have, damn, why can't I think of the word? Vivid dreams, where you're an active participant in that dream. I would say perhaps maybe Fen is on this level of like, let me and spend some time, like maybe not like catering to my well-being, but perhaps I need to investigate and see what my friend's well-being is up to.
appropriate
Um,
too, since the Sandman dropped this weekend.
I'm unfamiliar with that like movie Sandman.
The comic book series on Netflix, they just released the first season.
Oh hell yeah! So on some level here, I've got Valine kind of recognizing like it's late in the day. We've been moving and exploring this city for some time. Perhaps Valixis is tired and we could rest here uh, and see. Perhaps we can weather this storm. And she'll kind of just like touching your forehead, Valixis, to almost like see if you've got a fever or something. And you're going to feel just a sharp pain to your head as you just hear this thing inside of your head just kind of yelling out to you. Take her. Take her power and make it yours. And this is like a splitting headache just kind of going through just in that like moment of her touching you. Do you kind of like flinch to her touch?
Yeah, Valixis would kind of like knock her hand away, and she'd turn away, and uh, she she would basically under her breath mumble, "No, I'll I'll pick another, but not her, not my friend." She kind of mumbles that low enough to where the others can't really where others can't hear. So that's what she's gonna to respond to that.
So let's take a little break here. One of the things I want to push forward with you is uh, this is where, Rashad, I want you to seriously consider making a second character right now. This is one of the moments I wanted to pause out of character. I kind of hoped to delay it until we had Justin back, but the way that kind of played out with the detect magic, I feel like it worked out really well. And then you said that line, I had to jump on that. As far as things go, this is going to be one of those things where I want the group as well as Rashad to kind of understand decisions to come forward here and more or less agree to what we do progress forward with. Valixis is going to have to attack Valine. They are about to become enemies, and it's going to be one of those things where one of those two is going to be leaving this group. I want you all to make this recognition and understand the choice. While I understand, Rashad, you may want to keep Valixis around, I want your party to also understand that means that they are turning on their friend versus um like opposite of like Valixis is turning on her friends. Something about this is going to break here, and I kind of want to actually have the discussion a little bit out of game to recognize that this decision is basically going to be: does Valixis become an NPC at this point, or is the party behind you and wants to keep Valixis even as she descends into something else?
And definitely, and because what I was thinking here with the when she said no, let me choose another. She was thinking about the other. I was actually contemplating that. So the moment you he said take um to take Balene's power, take it now. Even before this moment, I was thinking, I wonder if I can take another's power. Um, 'Cause, like the skull that was in here floating around, that definitely has some magic. The creatures that was in the tower we just left. And I was thinking about that like in the middle of the night rather than killing Verlaine. Um, Valixis would leave and head off to where the skull was. Basically, take it and basically convince it that she brought what it was.
Hold up a second. Here's the thing, though. If Alexis becomes an NPC, she is my character. You don't get to decide what she does when she leaves the group. If Valixis doesn't kill Valine, that is the cost. You don't get to decide what she does. She might leave the group, and you can decide that. But from the moment she becomes my NPC, she's like any other NPC. The decisions are now mine to make.
Oh wait, oh, okay. So kill, if I if she does kill Valine, then she doesn't become an NPC. But if she chooses not to, she immediately becomes an NPC.
Yeah, exactly. But my point was is I want to make sure the rest of the group is actually okay with that. That there is an actual discussion. This is not going to be one of those moments where like I want to hold on to Valixis at all cost, fuck the group and everything they care about. Because you guys have invited Valine in with pretty open arms and you've had her through some things that perhaps she is friend like, maybe even a friend. I don't want to have it be an unabashed thing that neither Don nor Justin have a choice about what happens to her. And that's kind of where there's got to be at least an interplay of this conversation, um, kind of where that goes. In the long run, Justin's not specifically here. If something happens here, we kind of have to go with that. Uh, but I also think in the run, Brannick doesn't care about Valine. Brannick cares about power. He has never hidden that Brannick is very much what I would say kind of that general evil wizard path where you guys are friends right now because everything helps. It doesn't necessarily mean like anybody's going to be Brennick's friend a day or two from now. And I think that's kind of his general view of Valine. It's yeah, she can sacrifice Valine to Vlixus.
And honestly, with everything going on, with what I had planned for Felix before, when I was asking you about the necromancy and everything else, I mean, she technically kind of is evil herself. She's just not as evil, I guess, not as front foremost about it with Brennick. Like she's more or less. It's just a progression with everything that's happened here is since the campaign started that has caused her to go down this path as to where before she started out, y'all know she was not okay with taking life. Now it's like she's at a point where she's reaching a crossroads or has been actually past those crossroads, and now she's beyond having to make that decision. So now it's either make the decision or have it made for you.
So Don, what kind of thought do you have right now? Like, are you attached to Valine when it comes time for Fen to recognize these things? Do you think Fen has any love for Valine or has any hesitancy for watching Valixis go to a deeper and darker place?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Valine like betray us like twice already? There was she, she betrayed us for the codicil, right?
She tried. I think she did try, but she
Yeah,
wasn't able to get it.
What were you saying? She betrayed you for the codicil?
yeah. Didn't she hold us over and it, didn't she hold us over the barrel? We finally got through all that, but something prevented her from succeeding, and I can't remember what it was.
She didn't pass all the tests. The only one that passed all the tests was a Brannick.
That's what it was. But wasn't she planning on screwing us over?
If I recall, damn, I don't know in my notes if you guys know when she was under the control of the other wizard and when she gained control from it. But she was in her amnesiatic space for much of that time. So I wouldn't be against Fen saying that she tried to betray you all for the codicil. But I'm pretty sure you guys at least experienced some of her kind of amnesia of the time from when you found Nass's body to when you guys got the codicil. Um, no, I think you saw the spirit of Nass leave her body when
Yeah.
she got a hold of the codicil.
As soon
So
as you
that's
said
one of the
that,
things.
yeah.
She was acting differently from the moment. Like she was following you guys, and then she got taken over by Nass, and she started to lead the party. That was one thing that I know Fen was catching on to. Like, why is this bitch acting differently? And then when
Right.
she actually got a hold of the codicil, she was cured right then because this is something you guys don't necessarily need to know, but most ghosts have a trigger that puts them to rest. When she got a hold of the codicil, that was the thing that was keeping Nas on this world because she wanted that. The problem was is now she was dead, so the moment she got it, she was gone. And then the other thing that I feel like you're thinking of is when she casts a spell that basically hurts you all. But I would say those two things, they might rub you the wrong way. You're perfectly okay if that like makes Fen not like her. But that's up to you. I feel like you should make the decision on the grounds of like I think you generally know she lost her will for that time. And then I think you generally know like there's some level of like she's basically told you guys, like, I'm not really used to fighting alongside the not dead. Because she basically knows most of her spells don't harm the dead in the same way they harm the living, because they cause death.
Right. So I think in that retrospect, he would look upon Feline as a regarded companion or fellow adventurer, but the same with Felixus. So it's not like I would value one over the other than the fact that I think there definitely is some knowledge now creeping in that between the mimic and whatever was going on with the eyeball creatures in the grove, and now this episode, that something bears watching a little closer.
So, with the actual meta knowledge of what I'm, again, putting forward to you all, because I do want this, like, somewhat made as a group, do you, Don, have a problem with Rashad choosing to save Valixis at the cost of killing Valine?
Yeah, I don't know. That's tough.
So, again, I don't necessarily want to get to this point this week. I want to have it on your thought processes so we kind of know where to go through. This is definitely one of those points again where I would almost lean into, we might like have to kind of explore like multiple universes where, I'm sorry, Rashad, Valixis is going to become an NPC, and we're going to go forward with this slightly different multiverse, where you do the less likely thing and actually kind of abandon her, if that kind of makes sense. But again, I want to take a break here and I want to kind of leave that thought kind of out in the air. We're getting close to that point. That was part of one of the things that, from the moment you chose that you wanted Valixis to remain, I knew Levistus was the exact person who would latch onto your soul, and I knew this creature was coming forward, who you've seen, the white tiefling, and it is among their decisions between those two creatures that Valine has to die. Only at this point, you are the one who is being asked to do it. So I just wanted to have that out there. Let's take some time here. Maybe do 10 minutes because we've been sitting here talking. But if you guys need 15, don't hesitate to actually grab the full 15.
All right, all right.
Okay.
Quick question. Wait,
Go for it.
we've been down here a while. Been casting spells, so of course spells have been used up. Spell slots are pretty much empty for like this and right now. Oh wait, actually, let me check to see how many spell slots I got left. 1 second.
What were you actually thinking, though? I basically put that test, when you guys left the menagerie. I put that at about your 12-hour mark of being in this place. So you are late afternoon to evening. You guys can't really tell because you're underground. But that's kind of like vaguely what time it would feel. Is like, I could go to bed, but also your body's like, I almost feel like I could always go to bed because there's nothing overhead. No moon, no sun.
Okay, actually, actually that's what I was about to say. Like, try to suggest is that we take have the party take like a 8 hour to get the spell slots back, but she has spell slots, and I
Well,
think
that was precisely what Valine was saying, though. When she reached over to feel your forehead, she was saying we should rest and see if this passes, because she looks ill. That's precisely what Valine was saying. Is like, maybe it's time for us to sleep.
Okay, yeah. I think I know where I want to go forward with this. Definitely want to go with this. Let's with us going getting some sleep. Uh, so yeah, I know exactly what I want to do forward with this.
So yeah, keep that in mind when we come back from this break here. We'll talk about it for a little bit more and then jump back into things.
All right, see you in a few minutes. Okay, so yeah, I am back. What I was planning to do, I was reading the spell, and I'm a little salty. I am a little bit salty that I can't do this, and it's only because of Alexis is a cobalt, and because of her size, can I not do this?
What are you thinking?
I was actually going to agree to the rest with when Valine suggested it, and during the night, Alexis was going to actually walk over to Valine and pretty much either grab her throat or grab her arm, the other, and cast Dimension Door to teleport her and Valine at Mo because it says range of 500 feet. So she was going to pick an area that was around that they visited and just teleport them there and proceed with what she was going to do. But the reason why I can't says that you can also bring
Because she's larger than you.
yeah, and I'm like that is messed up.
I mean, I understand like that would normally be a thing, but if this is a thematic exit of Valixis, for one, you have Levistus, the devil of I think he's the 6th level of hell. He can let you dimension door. You are his warlock now. Like you can do things that you can't do normally. Is this your intention to basically make that Valixis's exit, or are you saying you're going to kill Valine away from the others?
She was yeah, she was gonna kill Valine away from the others, but she wasn't gonna. That's the reason why I was looking at it that way. One, Finn doesn't get woken up from it, and two,
So hold
she's
up. That's cool. But part of why I was saying out of character, if the party doesn't want you to kill Valine, that's where we have to find like another ground. If they're all down with it, that's perfectly fine for that to have it go down. I don't need to have a part in whether Velixa shows the others or not. And definitely, yeah, if you wanted to do that, I would also be perfectly fine in letting that dimension door work. Because again, like, just like with spells that I cast, not all spells have to be the spells from the game. This is definitely one of those situations where Levistus has the power to make that spell more powerful than the spell that Valixis can cast. And you would also never have that ability again. It would just be for that instance.
okay. Okay, so okay then yeah.
So if Don's cool with that, I'm down to let that happen. But if that's where you're leaning, cool. But again, I still want you to at least have a little bit of an idea in what Galeria would be as a full character, or if you wanted to bring in another character, because if Don or Justin wanted to veto that, like we have to as a group make the overall decision. Nobody will choose how you do it. But which direction you go has to on some level be vetoable by those guys. And I also don't want them to say like I veto it because like, tell me that like this is actually a part of what you expect of this campaign. Otherwise, in the long run, like I said, I don't think Justin cares. I don't get the impression Don really cares, but I do think Don has the problem that Fen would care. So that might then just be something you guys deal with later on because Fen basically comes to term with recognizing whatever you choose to do with Valixis. And you could also keep that in mind. Like this may in the long run change how Fen sees Valixis.
Definitely. Um, so with what's going on right now in the store, with what's going on right now with her been told with Felix has been told to attack Valine. I do still she has to attack. But right now she doesn't have to necessarily kill her. but she does have to attack her. Correct.
Oh, I'm not. No. Again, like I'm not telling you how to play either way here. You don't have to do anything. Like these are orders being given to you by Levistus. He's not telling you to attack. He's telling you to take the power that you want. You're being told to kill her because this is basically saying, like, look, this is what you want. I'm putting it in front of you. All you have to do is kill for it. But this is my overall point about warlocks. A patron who gives you power doesn't do it because they're benevolent. A patron usually wants something. This is a devil from hell. He gets power from your suffering. The fact that Valine is somebody who Valixis does not want to kill is part of why it's a perfect time for him to intervene and save your life, because he's about ready to have this woman killed, and you can be that tool. And it's sweeter for him because you don't want to do it.
Which I find kind of messed up because while I feel like Alexis and Valine, while they don't see eye to eye on things, I feel like Alexis definitely does have a kind of good friendship going forward with Valine. So this is kind of, yeah, this is definitely one of those messed up parts.
Yeah, that's definitely why I want to take the break, is to allow some actual thought, some time to actually brainstorm it. This is one of those moments where it can drastically change like a trajectory of things. It needn't. Valine doesn't have to be a big part of this story, but the thing is the way the choices of this game has gone, she is, and she's also one of the few ones of them that actually kind of bonds well with people because she's not a powerful wizard. She's like Zazan has said to Brannick, she's gotten by on being wealthy enough to pay for it. Is that Don getting back?
Yep.
So, Don, again, we were kind of talking about it a little bit more. I wanted to make sure you kind of understood what I had in mind at present, at least. We're kind of discussing the idea that if Rashad would like to keep Valixis around and goes forward with whenever it happens, the murder of Valine, do you, Don, have any issue with that happening? Like with that change in the trajectory? This is kind of an option. Like, I'm not saying you need a great reason, but if you would like to veto it, I kind of just would like to know why. And I think you definitely have the right to do that in the same way I think Justin will as well, coming forward.
And I think, like overall, I'd be okay with it because I think even in character, Fenn has seen that, like, the ways of wizards are uh, an alien. It's like looking at somebody and not understanding how they can function, but they do. I don't think he'd have any trouble, and I don't have any trouble with the narrative personally.
All right, cool. Again, I feel like from my talks with Justin, he'll probably sit along those same things. So as far as I'm gonna go here, like you already spoke to me a little bit about it, Rashad, but as far as I consider it, we're just going to move forward here, and whenever this happens, that is fine. In the long run, um, you're being told to do these things, kind of like how we said it there. You're being told to take your power. You've not come to the point where there's a consequence that's immediately in front of you that says you have to do anything right now. So I feel like you were kind of thinking you had to attack her. You don't necessarily have to attack her right now. But again, do you have any other thoughts before we jump in, either of you guys?
Not at all. Not at the moment.
Alrighty. So we kind of left that moment where Valixis is having this double conversation. Levistus is, you're kind of coming to terms that you've been frozen in this ice, like this god Levistus that you've come across in other instances in Icewind Dale. You're having this like double conversation, what you see and what you hear in your head versus the wall you ran into and what you hear from Fen and your friends around you. When again, you wouldn't even see Valine reaching out to touch you, but when you felt the touch of her, like the back of her two fingers kind of against your forehead as she just like feels for your temperature, that touch is like a splitting migraine cracking through your brain as you again hear and see Lavissa speaking to you, telling you to take your power, take what you want. He's giving it to you. Take her and kill her. Um, you're hearing kind of this conversation. She's like, maybe he just needs some rest. And you just have this spike of pain as she reaches forward and touches you. You kind of like shocked and pulled away a little bit. And that's kind of where we're proceeding here. Where I think you said, no, I won't hurt her, not her.
Yeah, that's what her response was.
Yeah, so as you kind of pull back and say that, Valine's going to kind of like stare at you as she kind of like just like stops and almost recoils with her arms. Valine just kind of goes silent.
So after saying that, and after Verlene kind of steps back and recoils, Valixis kind of stumbles away, like kind of basically tries to walk away or crawl away, and she's constantly mumbling, uh, "Get, you get to get back. Let me, let me be right now." And she kind of like goes to into a corner, kind of just sits there, and kind of mumbling to herself, "No, go away. Uh, my decision's my own. I will make whatever decision I make when I make it."
So when you say that, you're just going to see as your vision kind of clouds over, and you're simply going to see yourself reaching out for her neck, and now your arms are not this pale white flesh of a tiefling. They're your scaled arms. That's your wizard's robe. You're kind of reaching out for Valine's neck, and the moment you touch her, she's just going to fall into a block of ice and into this void. I do not mean you any harm, friend. Are you harm me?
Felix is kind of going back and forth. She said no, no, and then she kind of after saying that she kind of says, "If I want to get power, I will do it on my own terms when I choose and how I choose, not how you suggest." And then she kind of basically said simply, "No, I'm good. I'm good. I just you're right. I do need I do need some rest."
Was that first line looking to say that to Levistus and not out loud?
She's she's saying it out both out loud. She's kind of speaking to both of them. She's speaking to both of Valine and Valesca, but she is speaking. She is most definitely speaking out loud. Uh,
Gotcha.
yeah. So yeah, she's telling Valesca basically, if I take her power, I will do it on my own terms and how I choose. Basically, basically agreeing without agreeing to do it how he's been suggesting, while telling Valine, "No, I'm not going to harm you. I do need rest."
You're simply going to see the visage of Levistus and hearing this voice in your head, and it's simply going to say, dinner time comes when you choose, but it is still dinner. I present the feast. You need only claim it. So Valine's gonna kind of like go over towards like Fen and Brennick, and with a little hesitancy, kind of looking towards you. There may be safer places in the city and less safe places. This place may be as good as the next. Do you have thoughts where we should try to rest? She troubles me.
Well, Fenn's choice would be the Arboretum.
Gotcha. Would you go to the center, to the tree that you saw with that face, or are you just looking to go to a spot in it?
No, I'd go to the grandfather tree.
Gotcha. So yeah, you guys could probably cover that distance pretty simply here. Let me actually have a D12 from Don and a D10 from Rashad. My bad, from Fen and Velixis. Oh, and also, did you take Devil's Sight? Do you have access to it yet?
I was actually looking through the spells and the cantrips, and I did not see double sight, even when I typed it
No,
in.
no, that's not a cantrip. It's got to be higher level. I think Warlocks make their pack at like 2. Oh, wait, no, you got the pact. You got to get it pretty soon where you get invocations. But again, when you get invocations, I do want you to go for Devil's Sight specifically, because once you actually kill, my bad, that's going out of things. But in the long run, the intention is to give you your sight back because holy shit, a blind character is annoying. It's the same reason why I hate dark vision, is if it's not simply a part of the map, it's really, really annoying to have everybody seeing 2 different things because I can only describe once. I don't want to like whisper every single time I've got to describe the night vision. Yeah, so you guys are gonna pass through those areas without any problem. Let me have a do a Constitution. Do a wisdom saving throw for me, please, actually, from both of you. That's a problem with the 7-part group. Of course it's Velixis. So, when you guys walk between the bazaar and basically through the rubble of the necromancy tower towards the arboretum, you're gonna come past that pit again. Velixis, what is that? Dorian, and why was I rolling 5? Oh, I must have rolled for your sidekicks. Yeah, so like Velixis, Dorian, and Ged, all of them are going to stop at that like oval in the ground that's near the divination tower and near kind of the peaks of the necromancy tower. And all 3 of them kind of stop at the same moment. Velixis included will just look, all of them, towards that pit. And the other 4 party members are all just going to kind of like walk for maybe 5 or 10 feet before you start to recognize that, like, just walking by this place kind of casually has gotten 3 people's attention, including a blind person. So maybe even Galeria would recognize it sooner because Felixus would all of a sudden basically be letting go of Galeria as well.
I feel like in an actual situation, if something like this was real and a blind person turns towards it, that is a whole fuck that moment. Grab the people, run.
Yeah, so like if Galeria is the first to really notice this and kind of start to bring it up, when the others, when you all start to, inquire why they stopped, why is a blind person looking here, all of you hear just kind of like a whisper, your name, as if it was coming from that direction. And like when you all go to respond to the others inquiring of it, it's the kind of thing where somebody's going to ask the question and all three of them answer in unison. I heard my name from over there. And it's where all three of them are staring. But we need to sleep. Perhaps another time we will see who has whispered your names. And Valine's just going to kind of approach towards Velixis and kind of like reaching out towards her to like bring her forward, is going to kind of like grab for Dorian and kind of like move him forward and kind of get him to like bring uh Velixis forward. And Fen would probably notice Valine was testing what happens when Velixis touches not her. And Valine got her answer. Because Felixus, you're not going to feel that same shoot of pain. You're not necessarily like cringing from the touch of Dorian. You don't necessarily know it, but Fen definitely with that perception, you can kind of pick up like Valine just recognized a little bit more about what's happening.
Gotcha.
I feel like Alexis would definitely just go along. Like, I feel like though she would kind of look back to where she heard her name called from, as she's basically feeling herself being pushed along.
As you all walk past the divination tower into the arboretum, it's going to be a similar experience when you all cross over into that like loamy earth of this like golden circle of trees. The moment you step onto this kind of soft, not stone, is going to be just kind of well, except for Elixis, we'll see that the surroundings immediately are no longer inside of this ice. As soon as you step through, your vision's going to turn towards this kind of like open plain, and it's just as far as you can see a like golden, orange, red sunset, kind of like right with the sun at the horizon, when the entire horizon that you can see, the blue above, is all kind of like set on fire with these like pinks and reds and oranges. Like that's the moment you walk into the arboretum, you're basically like walking into this place where the sun is just now setting. And this grove of trees is before you. I should say, like outside of it, you can see the trees in front of you. It's when you walk onto it that the view above immediately changes over. But you guys can walk into the center of the actual trees there. Again, they're all kind of organized where you can always see that central tree, and you can move forward.
When this happens, I feel like for a moment, Alexis would definitely jolt because of the change. Like she's been saying ice this entire time, and now she's seeing.
Wait, no, no. Except Velixis, you do not see anything there. That's a visual sight. You're still looking at Levistus.
Oh, okay. All right, so
Yeah, the first time everybody saw it was like a thunderstorm, in like I think yeah, just a thunderstorm. This time they're like at sunset.
okay. Well, shoot. Then with that, Alexis would definitely kind of, as usual, go over to a tree and pretty much make her way up to the top of it and lay atop the tree and kind of just make a nest up there and just lays down and goes to sleep in the tree.
Make a dexterity check for me. Acrobatics. Yeah, dexterity acrobatics. Or you could do strength athletics. What do you got? I don't think you have either of those. Yep. Yeah. With pretty little effort, you can have Galeria take you over to one of the trees. Once you're inside of the tree, yeah, you don't need your sight to get yourself comfortable. Um, but at some point, the others are going to kind of look towards you and ask, "Do you intend to sleep outside? Would you not like to be inside for protection?"
No. And she kind of yawns. I'm good up here.
Then I am worried about Felixis. And Valine will kind of pull you over to the side a little bit. She recoiled at my touch. Seems to have hostility and won't sleep with us. I don't mean. Well, do you have a thought? Do you think she is safe?
I have also seen changes recently, but
Remember that Valine also has her eyes are closer. Like when you like look at her, her eyes also are closer than the others. Who was that? Like you're kind of coming to terms with those things too. So my bad. You've seen things and you're like staring into her eyes are too close.
um, obviously there's some kind of arcane effect, but what it is and what the changes will be for her, I'm not sure right now.
So Felixis definitely rolls over in the tree, kind of steps off in the direction. She remembers or thinks that she left the rest of. She's kind of. She does kind of
You're
have like.
not necessarily out of earshot. I
Okay,
mean,
yeah.
unless you walked like far away.
Oh no! I just went up the nearest tree, so I kind of roll over facing towards them, and I kind of have like a sad look. But I guess without her eyes, you can't tell. It's just two empty sockets just staring off in that direction. So if they were to look back at her, they would just see her staring towards them with empty eye sockets.
How far away from the group do you think you would be? Like just the nearest tree, so you think maybe like 20 or so feet away?
Yeah, it'd probably be about 20 or so feet. Yeah, about 20 or so feet away.
Gotcha. On some level, at this point, Valine would have something lit up with the light spell, so I don't think it would be too much for them to recognize. Um, at this point, while Valine's kind of paying attention to you, she's not necessarily as perceptive. As far as things go, I would say it's more for perhaps Fen to understand what your face is doing, but you're not necessarily out of the light from where you are there. I am worried that last night the Dryad had pulled him from us, or pulled her from us, and we have allowed Velixis. My apologies. We all thought it was better to allow Velixis to do so and sleep outside of the dome. Do we allow it? Should we look away this night too?
Don't get the same energy from this grove than the one with the lady. Seems that partially gone mad from years of being isolated. And ultimately, we can't force her.
Valine will actually approach the tree and kind of almost like rubbing where its cheek would be again. There's like almost a face kind of in like the way this bark is. And then would be well aware enough that at some point this thing was indeed some sort of like living tree spirit. But she's gonna approach it enough to say, um, the magic has not altogether left this place. But I do agree, this one is different than the other. It is certainly much older. And maybe she'll then pull you a little bit further away from Velixis. Not necessarily saying, Velixis, you can't hear this, but this is where, if you continue to listen, we'll have it go through a perception check. But Valine's basically going to then try to pull Fen's attention towards the tree and simply ask, do you think I am in danger? Any of us are in danger. If she would like to sleep outside, and I guess realistically, she'd at least have Brannick here as well to have the three and kind of ask if she would like to sleep outside. Would it be acceptable for me to protect myself? Protect us all, in case other things are at work.
I see no reason to deny you what you see fit. Myself, I'm looking forward to sleeping in the trees as well. But I would not deny.
Ooh, you want to sleep in a tree as well?
Yeah, I
I'm
like.
sorry, but the way you said that just
She's gonna look to you. I do not feel the same trouble from you, and would not feel a viable experiment from blocking you out would serve any purpose. but I intend to prevent her from being able to enter the dome. And she'll kind of look towards the trees, and you can pretty well see telegraphed across her face, like, she understands that an elf would want to sleep in trees, but she has no fucking clue why, like, somebody would actually sleep in trees. She knows it's elvish to do so, but doesn't have any, like, empathetic, like, understanding of that desire. She's like, I'm happy on the ground.
Yeah, potato, potato.
So I think what is going to happen here is she is going to cast Tiny Hut. And Velixis, you are not allowed inside of that hut.
All right. I don't think I was paying good. I know it was kind of she was probably trying to listen, but I don't think she was listening long enough. I think Alexis, honestly, while trying to listen, she ended up falling asleep. So past the point of her walk, past the point of Valine walking up to the tree, she knows nothing else. Alexis doesn't know anything else of what's been said or gone on because she has fallen soundly.
Gotcha. Fen, are you keeping watch?
I think that's part of the other reason of sleeping in the trees is to do a little meditation and to keep a little eye on things.
Gotcha. When do you think you are going to meditate? I think as far as things go, you can do it whenever you'd like, and you could basically have, I think between things, you guys could have basically, um, Valine and Brennick watch the other two watches. I don't think it would be a big deal for everyone that Velixis fell asleep quickly. I would think everybody would notice, like, Velixis didn't even consider the dangers kind of thing. But yeah, I think Valine and Brennick, on some level, this doesn't have to be after she casts the dome, but basically, she would invite you in if it were to say, we can take watches if you will as well. Um, and basically look to you and Brennick to decide when, as far as things go. Don, tell me when you want to take a watch.
I guess I'll take the first watch.
Do you want to do like 4 hours of the first watch, or do you want to do like 2 hours and then like 2 hours at the end?
I'll do 4 hours.
Gotcha. So yeah, as far as things go, then let's go into the watch here, and see how this night progresses. I think in the long run, this works better when I just roll and see, and then have you guys roll when there's something rolled. Oh no, there's a lot of meta knowledge to that. Let me get a perception check from you here, Finn. Excellent. And what are you kind of doing this first hour while you're on watch? Everybody's inside of the dome. You've kind of like watched this beautiful sunset across this. Um, there's going to be a moonrise at some point coming up here where you can kind of see that. What kind of thoughts does Fen have as you basically sit in these trees and have a kind of like beautiful clear sky above you?
Yeah, so I think Ben would definitely spend some time just basking in that glory after the monotony of darkness and ice and white, and would spend some time just emptying his mind and hugging his grandfather tree and remembering those times of being one with the forest.
Oh, did you sleep in the grandfather tree?
Yeah, I definitely am picking the grandfather tree.
Roll a wisdom saving throw for me, please. So during your watch here, you are kind of sitting beneath a largely full moon. You can see that it's probably a solid, like it's inside of a week of being a true full moon. But this is one of those beautiful times where you can see most of Saloon, and that makes an especially clear night right now already something kind of special to enjoy. One of the things that you are going to start to notice while you're kind of keeping a watch around, but also simply enjoying being outside and what feels like kind of a little more natural freedom here. You're going to actually start to feel when you really relax into maybe thoughts that are a little bit less adventurous and a little bit more can't remember, sentimental, kind of a little bit more kind of sentimental, and you can actually start to feel the tree inside is still taking breaths, and you can feel that this tree is alive beneath you. But otherwise, this first hour of your watch is really just kind of a joyous bit of time spent almost like just feeling kind of like the life of this magical creature. This tree, you can tell, is tens of thousands of years old. My bad. If you don't have any other thoughts there, can I get another perception from you?
Yeah, I think like most elves, especially forest elf, these types of trees are almost holy in a way. So I would almost like being in the presence of a benevolent god, just soak up all the good vibes.
While you continue to kind of get closer and maybe like appreciate and sense in pretty similar ways kind of the key of this being, while incredibly faint, it is still there, and that alone is kind of a testament to its true strength. Sort of a knowledge that this place has been here for 2 or 3 thousand years as is in the ice, and it's thousands of years old before then. There's certainly a recognition, kind of like the life force of this creature. Um, but you can also feel something strange and off. Can I have you do a insight check for me, please? And with that 19 perception, let me have it be with advantage here. So, the deeper you kind of focus into this tree, you might start to lose a little bit of your grounding to like be worried about things around you. But you can start to recognize that while this tree is still what it was, its magic is strange, but not altogether evil. But you can feel a certain sense of danger around this thing. It's sleeping, but perhaps it might awaken. You can feel, and to an elf, I don't even think it would be terribly odd to you. This is one of those things that this is something that is so wholly natural that you kind of understand that it's not a danger to life, it's a danger to unnatural life. Things like this stone of this city, things like humans and how they treat the nature around them. It's a very similar fey feeling being around this creature. Um, so yeah, while I try to explain to it, I remember that you two are very similar in that there's that appreciation that to this thing, life is what is important. And on some level, sometimes like those costs mean things that people are attached to, but aren't really that important. When you are good, if you would, please roll another perception. At some point during this evening, you are going to kind of recognizing this tree for what it is, uh, start to really enjoy kind of this moment of returning to a little bit more of a verdant nature. That's part of what this place definitely seems to represent, as you can walk into these shields and seem to step into a true nature. There's nothing in view when you're inside of this that tells you about like culture, artifacts. Like these are things that naturally grow being what they are. So when you're inside of here, there's nothing to see about Ythryn around you. And it's a very strange kind of sense to recognize like these humans who built this place, this was one of those strange things about them where perhaps they were a little bit closer to the elves that they gained a lot of this power from. And that despite all of their attempt to dominate nature around them, they still had the sense to make this. And while this thought's kind of like sitting in your head, you are going to see as the uh, floating skull that you all have seen before is actually going to come into this area. You'll start to see and hear it at a distance when it is still just coming into like the light of this grove. Um, yeah, so like the moonlight above, you'll kind of see like the glint of this skull way off in the distance. What is it? You can see like 120 feet dark vision. So about that distance, you'll see it among the first times. Probably hear its mutterings about that same point before you start to see when it gets closer into this moonlight and you can start to see the shine of these gems in its eyes. But this gem encrusted stud or gem encrusted skull is going to kind of float into this area, and behind it there is a small retinue of about 7 of these creatures that have that big circular central eye, and all of them seem to follow it. It seems to just kind of move towards you, not quickly, but also just kind of at like a ambling pace, and it seems to be muttering. None of the words at this point make any sense. But what kind of thoughts do you all have when Fen basically notices this thing and is pulled away from that like kind of dream with the tree, not actual dream, but that kind of time with the tree?
I think as soon as Fen sees it, he's going to again, not knowing uh, everything about the arcane, but knowing well enough that everything that we've encountered in here has been deadly, uh, will roust the other members of the party.
Gotcha. So like you're gonna jump out of the tree real quick and hop into the dome kind of thing.
Yep.
Your stealth is I think +8.
Yes.
Gotcha. So yeah, with kind of little more than just a little like hook of your fingers, you can like slide silently off of the tree's branch and just kind of like catching that last little bit of your weight, probably enacting a little bit of feather fall if you were high enough. You just like softly set foot as you drop uh, into the dome. I don't see any reason why you couldn't enter it from above, so you just kind of fall into the dome. Let me have you roll a d20. Let me see if you fall on somebody, because I just think that would be amazing. Yeah, I'd say on some level you're almost like kind of stepping onto somebody's butt as you're falling down, and then you like grab your footing on the ground, and you're just like, all right, perfect. That's the first person I'm gonna wake up. So who are you going to wake up first? You've got Brennick, Dorian, Ged, Galeria, and Valine inside of there.
I guess I will take Valine.
Gotcha. So like falling in, you like land on her, kind of like on the hip on her butt. So she's already like fully waking up as you kind of like go to shake her awake. Are you just gonna kind of say out loud for everybody to hear? Inside of the dome, nobody can see in, nobody can hear what happens inside. I think by now you guys have stayed in the dome enough times that you would be well enough aware that like you don't have to be quiet now that you're inside there.
Yeah. So I'll yell to rouse everybody and let them know what's going on, and hopefully it'll pass by without noticing us.
Gotcha. So when you go to grab Valine's attention, she kind of starts to turn, recognizing the situation pretty quickly there. You do an effort to rouse the others. I think I said there's 4 others. Um, one of them's going to get up for the sake of being a main character. Let's say it's Brennick. Um, so you kind of like get a few people up like on this first go. When you look to kind of get everybody's attention back to this creature, like entering into this grove area here, um, you can already see it seems to be looking towards the tree where Velixis is. And while it's still a little bit of ways off, you kind of like already see that its attention almost like spun away from walking straight towards the nether tree, and now it's like aimed at that one where Velixis is kind of hiding or sleeping. And Velixis, can I have a perception check from you? For the sake of the fact that you're sleeping, this is a disadvantage, but part of why I like the double. So Velixis, in your sleep, you are going to basically be from within kind of a dream where again you're seeing yourself like almost dragging Valine into this like dark pit of ice. You're going to see as that kind of goes, and you see the face of this young female with white flesh and like dark black hair. Start to notice these like soft purplish white horns as she kind of comes into focus. You are in danger. Uriolathas has come too close. Quiet child. And you're gonna wake up. Let me have a wisdom saving throw from you here real quick, Velixis. And then this goes back to Fen. What are you thinking here?
Yeah, I'm thinking now that I got the process of getting them all roused, I would try to stealth over to the tree that Felixus was in to wake her up.
Gotcha. So your normal movement is 45 at this point?
50.
50? And then you can bonus action Step of the Wind?
Yep.
So I would say you could stealthily move the 50 or so feet to get to that tree using your bonus action. Basically, I don't know if it says you can't stealth and Step of the Wind, but we're going to go for the idea that you can move that full movement of 50 feet using your bonus action stealthily. So again, it's a +8. I rolled a 1. So, when you go to actually, you know what? Let me have you roll a die, Don. Even, you're still inside of the dome. Odd, you're outside of it.
Odd or even?
Oh, wait. You rolled that stealth roll. That I can use that because that's an odd even die. I didn't even see that before, so that's an even roll. Damn, I don't remember what I said in that one. Odd inside, even out. Is that what I said, guys?
I think so.
All right. So yeah, you're basically going to find yourself kind of just like stepping out of this area, and when you are walking kind of like towards this, hiding behind some trees, making your way around this little grove towards Velixis, you're basically going to probably snapping a twig that's like inside of the loam. You're talking about just maybe like a root that's kind of like through this, where a little bit of your weight, no way you could have seen it. There's just a little snap, and you're going to see as one of these creatures that just has that big, huge eyeball is just going to kind of look towards you, and it's just going to be basically like staring in your direction. The kind of mumbling still continue. Um, you can start to see as the others are starting to like start to look before they're like slowly gain your perspective and they latch onto you. But you kind of see that these things are seeing you. It's from off in a distance. They're still probably at the, yeah, they're inside of the light. So, probably about like another 30 or so feet from you. But you're basically at the base of Velixis's tree at that point. Velixis is conscious. You saw her kind of like seem to start while you're walking over. almost in the exact moment where you snap that twig, Velixa seemed to move from her sleep, but you are now right beneath her. What would you two like to do?
I feel like, well, Valexia's would sit up, and even though she can't see, she can kind of sense that there's something or someone around her. She would reach her hands out to feel around her to see if anyone is close by or anything is by.
I mean, you're still in the tree, so you've got a lot of the tree around you, but inside of like your arm space, there's nothing but the tree you would expect to be there.
All right, with that, she kind of goes to like stand up completely, and she kind of makes. Remember that she was told that she is in danger. She kind of it kind of like circles around, almost like she's looking, but she's of course she's not actually looking. She's more or less listening, and she starts to climb down the tree.
Do a perception check. So, Fen, what are you doing while you see Velixis kind of like feel around, sensing the tree, kind of standing up, and you can see she's trying to like look around, and you can. I think kobolds have like dog kind of ears where they can move them. I don't remember the last time I looked at a kobold's ears close enough, but I feel like it makes sense that a kobold can kind of directionally move their ears as well. So after a moment of seeing Velixis like looking around, you see that it's like her ears are looking.
I think Fen would be like try to hiss up the tree and say it's our friend Bob the floating skull and the creepy ice stalk boys.
So by now, all of the stalks have kind of like focused in on where you all are. The skull itself is a little bit closer than them. They're now all kind of converged into those like locations where they were basically going from the get go there. But when this skull is probably about 15 or so feet away from the two of you, you're going to see as like these gem-studded teeth of its jaws start to separate, and as the jaw kind of drops down, there's just silence as you see this mouth open before all of a sudden there is going to be a crack as like this like horrible yell starts to permeate this whole area. I would like both of you to make constitution saving throws as you hear like one of the loudest sounds your ears have probably come across in their entire life. Oh yeah. Wow. Um both of you are going to drop to 0 hit point. And we're going to take a break because I didn't expect that to happen.
Yeah, dang.
Those double ones are looking so nice.
Dude, Rashad got a double 1 and a double 20 this session, and I'm pretty sure he did 2 double 20s last week.
That's crazy.
I did, and I'm constantly looking at it like, what the fuck is going on?
It's the massive swings, though. Like a normal save, like it only took one of you to basically have a normal to like the good end of a save, for that to like go like interestingly, but not super epic. Um, but yeah, I think this is about to be one of those times where I think this is kind of the fact that the others were woken up ahead of time that you guys might actually have a chance, because I'm not entirely sure what this creature is going to do when the two of you drop to 0. So yeah, let's do another break here. I feel like we'll come back at basically 20 after, and I'm gonna kind of make a decision real quick here and see. As a second note, I can't believe how often we've had no encounters on the random encounter rolls, and then I can't believe how often when we've had a random encounter, the random encounter has been 92 plus on a D100, which is this fucking lich. Because you guys have seen this thing now 3 or 4 times. So, I'll be back in a couple here. My apologies.
Oh no, you good, you good. And honestly, I didn't say this during that time, but when Finn mentioned that it was the skull that came into the room, and I thought about this, to have Valixis kind of grin because, uh, yeah, she just kind of grinned that he showed up.
I don't know why, but seeing this incredibly dangerous creature that can't die makes me so happy.
Yes, because like, shoot, what was I thinking about having her do? Because she was up there while Yo was going through the thing with Finn. What was she thinking about? What was I thinking about? I was like, okay, if we run into that skull again, I'm going to try and essentially, basically, try to steal its power. Try to take its power from it. And you did, and then this happened, and I'm like, oh my god, no way. And then you made us roll, and we dropped the 0 hit points, and I'm like, son of a bitch.
Are you guys back right now?
I am back.
Yeah, the getting the fixation for seeing your first lich, I feel like is a very dangerous thing. But again, I feel like on some level you kind of resigned. Like the moment Valixis went over that cliff of losing so many people of 10 towns, I feel like you kind of resigned Valixis to a very different path in life. I feel like that's one of those interesting things about a character where they do have that snapping moment and everything changes. It's part of my favorite part of playing this game, especially when I get to play it because I get to do that.
Oh yeah, definitely. And like even when Fed was talking with Valine about Valine was mentioning how Valixis wasn't sleeping with the group anymore. Honestly, that's not something that clicked with me. I didn't even notice that until you had that conversation. And I sat here and thought about that, and I'm like, holy shit. Ever since she's died and came back, she really has not been sleeping with the group. She has been by herself and everything.
Well, and it's funny too because it's like two trees in a world that pretty much doesn't really have trees. I mean, there's trees in 10 towns, but on the long run, it's like, hey, do you want to leave town entirely? Not like, do you want to sleep next to everybody, but in a tree?
Right. I'm
So
like,
it makes a funny, it makes that kind of funny blending, like right between two things. Like, does she really like trees? I understand we could have never talked about it before, but like, is this an unhealthy fixation with trees?
it is the leaves are soft on her skin better than cold ice.
I like the idea of imagining that this entire time, the reason Valixis has always had like an internal resistance towards cold, not being born on midwinter so much as already being fed on by Levistus. I love the idea of that's one of those things that you realize in hindsight is it's like this whole time I thought I had an affinity with Arl, and realistically it's an entire other god who's like feeding off of my soul.
Right, like I think I did think it was Aura. She thought it was Aura, and now she's like, that it's it's this freak.
Yeah, if you like look more into Levistus, he's like the prettiest of the devils, and he like romanced the daughter of Asmodeus, and basic or something like that. But he basically like got with the daughter, and they married, and that's how he became a god, kind of thing. But he was otherwise kind of just like a good-looking, very suave devil, and like made his way into power, kind of thing, and then tried to overthrow Asmodeus. So he's like a trickster god, as is. But that's why, like, the moment you feel like you're making a deal with Aurel, somebody who you like just displaced, and it feels almost like tit for tat, uh, it was one of those things where I'm like, at some point, Rashad's gonna get this reveal that the entire time it was a completely other god. But that's why I was trying to focus on those feelings of like when you were frozen in the block of ice, that's his punishment in hell for trying to revolt, is that he is frozen in ice up to his head. So he's like the god of like swift action, one of the like sexiest and like quickest swordsmen. I'm pretty sure he fights with a rapier, and he's frozen in ice, so he can never move. What up, Don? Alrighty, I got two thoughts here. One, um, I'm not entirely sure how much time I gave you all to look at those ones. Technically speaking, you guys have inspiration. End of the campaign and avoiding getting very instantly turned to 0 hit points seems like a pretty viable time to have like some super lucky deity keep you alive. So that is one thought. I have Don at 27, and I have Elixis Rashad at 9. It is perfectly acceptable to say that you do not want to use them, but I'm curious if you guys did want to try to modify those in the long run. Like it's not like a crit, like an attack, where a 1 is an auto failure. There's certainly like generally consequences to like worse shit happens when you roll 1s, but it doesn't necessarily mean like where like a 1 with an attack always misses.
Oh, right. It's not an auto fail. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, like checks and saves are one
Yeah,
of
right,
those
right.
things where like there's a scale of what can happen, and it's one of those things that 1 usually means like when you're stealthing and you roll a 1, that's when like you tripped or something, kind of thing. It just tends to be like the worst of things. Usually it's like prop comp or comedic shit happened, like stupid shit. But do you have any thoughts on that? If you were to burn inspiration to turn that into another number, do you have a number in mind?
Yeah, I'm thinking 20 to be on the safe side. Like uses 16 of 'em.
Gotcha. That is perfectly acceptable. Rashad, do you think 13 is enough if you burned all 9?
I was thinking about that. I'm like, I'm not sure if it would be at all. Um, the other option she was, yeah, I'm not sure if that would be enough. Um, but I would definitely give it a shot. Definitely give it a try to burn all 9 for the 13.
Gotcha. So where this is going to leave us then, my apologies. Um again, I feel like I might have moved too fast there. I have other thoughts about this as well here. So, one of the other things that I was thinking is, do we really think it was serious to say that Brannick is not leaving that dome with Fen? And keep in mind that Brannick is a wizard who is multi-class into rogue. He is a sneaky character. Do you guys really think historically how we've played that Justin isn't following you out there, Don? Because I kind of felt like he's always going side by side with you.
I was gonna say that I feel like he definitely would have followed Don out that door. Um, yeah, he definitely would have followed out that door.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, so I'm about to do that same con save for Brennick here. And then here's one of the things I actually kind of meant to contact Justin before jumping back into this. But I occasionally keep track of his portent dice. All right, perfect. He does have it on there. He has a 1 and a 20 today. He's over there. He sees this. He can see a save. He can see a die roll and then choose to make something. You guys think it is acceptable that Justin would in fact save Felix's life?
Yeah.
So I think realistically where we stopped on the break is basically Ben, you burn your inspiration. Felixis, you can I would say skip it because I can tell you guys that Don had 27. So I think Justin would know to save the person who would be iffy. And I would say we will go for Velixis burn no inspiration and take a nat 20. Or if you want to pump that up more, you can burn more. But right now you have a 20.
Okay, yeah, I just take the nat 20.
All right. So rewinding a little bit here. When this thing screams, all three of you are going to shudder in horror. Brennick will in fact see kind of a different future where he is able to manipulate this. But all three of you are going to remain standing. This thing is right in front of you all, about 15 or so feet away. You've just heard this shrieking scream. The um Actually, Brennick would be further away because he can't run as fast as Fen. So he's actually probably midway to you guys already. I think that means he wouldn't have to have rolled the save anyways. But Brennick is kind of halfway between you all and the shelter of the tiny hut. Fen, you know that Velixis cannot enter the tiny hut. What would you guys like to do? I think actually we're going to go for some initiative right here. So I have Brennick and Velixis at 17. That's one of those things where on some level you guys can kind of plan together as far as it goes. Brennick's still a little bit far away from you. I'm not sure if there's any way he can really help you, like, to modify your turn on the go. But do you have any thoughts about how Velixis is? What is it? Do you even know yet? Ben, did you say anything to Velixis before the scream?
Yeah.
He did.
I told her the skull was back.
Okay, gotcha. So maybe he can tell like which direction you are, and kind of gain that sense you're basically between him and where everybody was camping. So we can say Velixis has like at least a little bit of an idea. But I think that also would put Felixis almost unaware that Brennick is between her, anyways. So let me go to you, Felixis. What do you have in mind as to what you're doing right
Okay, so what would honestly, and I thought about that. What would happen is that once Finn explained that it was a skull friend, Valixis would actually is actually going to reach out towards where he's at, get close enough to touch him, so she has a physical contact to where he's at, and then she's going to cast Fireball on everything else around them, so that she can make sure she doesn't hit Finn. That's the reason she grabs onto him, so she knows.
now? Gotcha. Touching Fen to protect him, kind of thing, and then you're going to cast Fireball. Are you aiming the fireball basically like straight into the ground? Is it that kind of thing where you're using like your point as the point of the fireball?
I am.
Gotcha. 30-foot radius on a fireball, right? Or 15-foot radius, or is it 10 foot?
It is 150 foot and for the range and 20 foot for the area.
Gotcha. 20-foot area would include the lich. So when you explode that, the skull will be inside of this. You can roll that damage. Gotcha. So, Fen, as you see like Valixis dropping down, you'll see as she kind of like gains a sense of where you are, and then you're gonna see as her flesh kind of starts to like burn with this. What color of flame does Valixis explode with fireballs?
It's kind of like a bluish kind of color, almost like if you were from looking at her from a distance, you couldn't tell if she hit someone with ice or she hit someone with something else. Because from a distance, it would look like it would look like pretty ice. So
Gotcha.
almost
So
like
you
a
got
blue
like
flame.
classic like blue flame.
Yes.
Yeah, so you'll see a pretty similar color from her fire, like emanating from her flesh before she explodes, and it wraps around you like her spells always do. You're going to watch as Valixis explodes. This momentum is going to carry the skull itself is going to be burnt. Let's do. I think realistically that should have been 4, so probably 2 and 2 works out fine. Um, 2 of the eyes are going to be consumed in the fire. Um, the skull itself doesn't seem to react in pretty much any noticeable way, but it definitely does, like, the fire passes over it. Anything else from you, Valixis, or will that kind of end it just like dropping down to Fen?
No, that'll be it for her.
Guys, what do you think Brennick is going to do here? If he were going to try to help you all escape, is he closing the distance to you all and trying to throw down spells? Is he closing the distance to you all and trying to flee? Does he know that Valixis cannot go inside of the dome?
No, I think he was included in that conversation.
All right, cool. So he has Dimension Door that can get him 500 feet away. At this point, Fen, do you think it is acceptable that Brennick is about to close the distance to the two of you and pull Velixis somewhere else? And do both of you think that's something that Justin would do with Brennick?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure for that.
What do you think, Don?
Uh, I feel like Brannick would be aware enough that we're not in this for a fight, because it's a little out. It's definitely outside of our league, and since Alexis can't come into tent, it's either get her away from Skull or she's gonna die. Because I was thinking, yeah, hop out, grab her, jump back in the thing if she can hide, but it was too late.
All right, here's one of my things here. You guys have been inside of those wizard towers in the past. You have not gone into them here. I think it would be a really cool check to see if Brannick recognizes that having been inside of one, he might be able to teleport into one of these. And that's one of those things where, again, like teleporting to one that you guys walked right next to is within the 500 feet of that spell. I think that would be a cool thing. Put it to a check, see if he's kind of just doing that. Otherwise, I would say you guys are to the point of maybe he takes him into the dome. Evocation's kind of too far. Go back towards the, like, kind of anything that you visited before. Those are some of the ideal ones, you know, where perhaps that's where he teleports with him. Does that sound like an answer?
Yeah, I think uh, any of them would be good hiding places.
So let's go for one that's kind of even there. I feel like the bazaar is a solid answer. If he, yeah, if he kind of just is going to run past you, um, maybe without even much more than simply saying, we'll be safe, basically, to Fen, and then the two of them are going to disappear. Or maybe he simply says to you, get yourself to safety. I think that probably sounds a little bit better. Get yourself to safety, and then he's going to disappear with Alexis.
And honestly as well, with this situation, Velixis probably wouldn't even recognize that she's just got snatched away until it's like mid happening. Like she would recognize that someone pulled her far away, but um, she wouldn't be able to basically resist it because she's not she's not aware that it just happened until it's too late.
And upon seeing this, Fen would make a beeline for the hut.
Yeah, I think it is going to, before you have a chance to do this, Fen, I think everything around you is going to just kind of like whirl around with dust. I need you to make a constitution saving throw as you are kind of like consumed in this like dust that just starts to create like a little tornado around you. And then when you are trying to look for where the dome is, I need you to make an intelligence check. As your eyes are compromised by this dust, you look to the direction and you start heading for it. And I need one more Constitution saving throw as you kind of like feel this like pull at your key and this low chanting starting to kind of like emanate from the skull's direction. Um, you just feel like this like energy from your back starts to get sapped away. You are going to take 20 points of necrotic damage. Um, Not doing any like permanent reduction or like any reductions like to long rest. Just normal damage there as it kind of like starts to like siphon your key from you, and it starts to like pull your life away. Um, After that, the other creatures are going to kind of close their ground and get closer to you. You're going to start to hear many voices, much more than like the 7 or so that you like saw walking into this. You hear like hundreds of these things entering your ears and into your head, and you can like feel them like poking around and searching for like uh, deep feelings of like insecurities and some of your worst fears. And these things are prying into your will. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. Gotcha. So as you're like running away from these creatures, more than a few of these like conglomerates of voices, like almost like entire like chorus of consciousness invading through you. They're like latching on to these moments and it kind of like tears at you. It's not going to do anything physical. This is psychological damage. I need you to roll a D100. Yeah, you're already frightened. You can't get any closer to these creatures. Um, Nothing. You are even more frightened by these creatures than you already should have been. So yeah, by the time effectively you get back to the I think you were next in initiative after those two. Yeah, after all the baddies basically. So assuming your turn is basically spent fleeing because you're also frightened so you can't get closer to these things if you wanted to, you basically can flee back to the dome without any problem. The others might question it, but I feel like in the long run, you guys can get everybody inside. But for this immediate moment, I don't think there's any reason to stick to technical initiative here because we probably have 5 hiding in the dome and 2 over in the bazaar. Does that sound good for you guys?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So, Felix says, what are you thinking with Brennick inside of the bazaar? Realistically, yeah, you don't really have any reason to know that you've moved other than maybe Brennick kind of running up to you, get yourself to safety. He grabs you. You hear the chanting of his magic. I've not seen him describe how he uses uh dimension door, but it's essentially he kind of picks you up and walks you through to another place. I imagine maybe you feel wind and then you go to a place where you don't feel wind because the bazaar has walls. But like what's Felix's thinking here?
She was at first. She may have been wondering what was going on. Like she may have recognized that she was moved, but she's not entirely sure. And assuming that Brennick did explain that he basically pulled her out to safety, she I feel like with what she had planned, she would definitely she was like thank you, but it would kind of begrudgingly, like almost like she didn't want to leave the area. So she's kind of feels like her plans got messed up.
Gotcha. I'm pretty sure it's safe to say Brennick would probably disagree with you and more or less say we need to be safe here. It may not be safe to rejoin with the others. Um, so I feel like he's probably gonna stick to you probably don't want to fight that thing. Fen, what are you thinking with the others? Are you concerned? Like, what do you think you interpret with when Brennick disappears? Oh shit, can he cast it again? No, he can't come back inside. He knows that. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, I mean, like I would, you know, put two and two together and say, familiar with the spell by now. And picking up on his plan, as like I said, putting two to two together, that the only way to survive it was to get her out of here because she couldn't go back into the tent, basically. And not knowing for certain, but I came in there and praying, like, are we safe in here from that thing? And like turning
Uh,
around and trying to figure out, like, what's it doing now? Where is it? Is it coming towards us still?
So one thing to recognize, Valine never left. Part of her kind of recognition is this is indeed a safe place. So when you ask that, you'll one notice like she's not out of breath. She never moved. All of the others came back in with you, but she was never there to be seen. Like inside of here, um, essentially, if you hadn't heard it from her before, as long as she remains inside of here, everyone's safe. The danger is if it stays and watches us, um, or watches kind of here, kind of thing. Among that, though, she is going to say, basically, as she's never looked away from the skull, like she never looked towards you when you started to ask questions. She was always watching the skull. I think most people in this tiny hut are definitely along that same route. But generally, what you guys are going to see for the next few moments is basically the skull kind of starting to just randomly like ignite different trees on fire, um like whirling around like vines that like tear through the air and kind of like clench at things if that they're nets kind of being thrown around. This thing seems to erratically kind of like attack this forest, kind of no rhyme or reason where it's going. And then you almost see in kind of like a flip of a switch where it's just going to start muttering, progresses forward. The remaining little eye creatures kind of like jump right in line with it, and they just kind of like start to move away. It's not. It doesn't have a consciousness anymore. It's just like a crazy Alzheimer's patient who can destroy the universe.
Yeah, he's shuffling around to the asylum.
So it's one of those really weird things where, like, there's moments of clarity, and you guys met that, but that's probably like 30 seconds of watching it before it's just like a dog that loses track of a toy. Like the world ends, and all of a sudden, like it doesn't even know where that toy is. Maybe that was a bad example because dogs definitely do crazy shit with their toys. But it's just one of those things where ADHD, there we go. It's just all of a sudden like focused on destroying the world, and then all of a sudden it's like back to this thing where it's muttering to these things that like follow it. And that just kind of goes. There's a couple of the corpses of those eye things that would be visual after a little bit that they kind of like left behind. But other than that, like the other five of them just kind of like walk off with this thing. So you guys would feel relatively safe after probably like 5 or so minutes that it seemed to have just wandered off, or however safe that might feel. So this is where I wonder, are Brennick and Velixis going to try to sneak back to the group and get close to them? I don't feel like Brennick would feel safe just being outside when he knows he can go back into the dome.
Felix actually would probably actually no. I feel like Brennick would actually ask Velixis and see if she could use her dimension door because he did allow her to copy the spell. And I'm not sure if Velixis would actually be too keen on it since that's a spell slot used and it's a very powerful one. So, but she definitely has it to use. So he would probably. I feel like he would probably ask me to use Dimension Door to go back after a little while. That way we could avoid anything else if it's in case it's already left, we could avoid running into it.
Oh, again, 100%. You cannot uh like move somebody who is larger than you.
That's right.
When I said narratively, like you'll be able to one day take Valine with that, but like that's simply like the narrative of Levistus will allow that. If you wanted to sacrifice Brennick to Levistus, I would probably allow that. But I have a feeling when I ask Justin if he wants to veto it, he would say pass.
Oh yeah, he definitely would.
But yeah, anytime you want to sacrifice somebody to Levistus, I have a feeling I would be perfectly fine to let you do crazy shit with magic. I feel like that's the kind of relationship warlocks get, where they're like, yeah, you want to do some evil shit that's going to further and further damage your soul? Of course, let's make this happen. But yeah, I don't think I understand like Willixis wouldn't be keen on doing that anyways. But you guys can, I would say, let's go for, let me get a D6 from both of you. Actually, you know what? D4s. Let me get a D4 from both of you. Gotcha. So, Rashad, while Velixis and Brennick are trying to head back, you guys are going to come back across this thing, seeming to like walk around uh, Ythryn. So I want you make a perception check for me. This one will just be normal. It's more hearing because this thing mutters as it transfers, moves around, and it will count for Brennick as well. Yeah, that can even make an advantage. So 13. Yeah, I'd say you guys can see this thing a little ways off. If you were kind of heading directly towards them, maybe they're on kind of the library side of walking towards like the divination tower, perhaps even towards like the well over there. Um, so you guys could try to like go back and hide in the bazaar. you could turn around and kind of like head towards maybe the edge of Ythryn and kind of walk around. What kind of thoughts do you have though if you basically start to hear slash Brennick tells you that they're ahead of you, but you guys basically know like the path you're taking leads right towards where this thing seems to be, and you guys, he would be able to tell you it's doing the exact same thing every single time you've seen it. The skull floats, and it usually has a different number of these little eyeball creatures that are following behind.
Velix will definitely agree to go ahead and avoid it for now. Walk around either the outer edge or around the side to where they can avoid its sight and continue on backwards.
So wait, you were saying try to make it for the edge of the Ythryn?
Yeah, to go ahead and avoid this thing for now.
Gotcha. Let's see. What is Velix's stealth modifier?
+3.
Oh, I think you all are kind of like moving through and shuffling through these ruins. And there's different points where like you shift a couple of stones and almost look to see where these things are, like, and they're passing into and out of view, and it feels like you're kind of getting away, and then all of a sudden this thing is just too close to you again, and you have like this other vision of it, like, and it's just like ins and outs of this where as you guys basically move a little bit more to your right, feel like you're getting away from it, and you start to move straight for the edge of the city, and then you see it again. uh Let me have you roll a intelligence check with advantage here. 17. So yeah, as you're kind of like watching this thing like move, you start to recognize like it's going towards that area where you heard your name earlier in the day, to that well that just like drops into the base of the city. And as the two of you like dodge further and further back, you find yourselves pretty much back at the bazaar, basically like watching it down that alleyway. And you're going to notice that by the time it doesn't seem to be like air marks following you, you see it almost seems to just hover directly over that well, and it just seems to be kind of looking towards the edge of the city, but it just kind of stops there where it's essentially looking vaguely away from you because of the roundness of the city. It's like you're probably in peripherals if you leave the bazaar through the side. You could go back through the front, go through the inside of the city, and probably move around towards where the others
All right, all right. Yes, definitely, definitely go toward towards the city. Behind it, back towards the others.
Gotcha. Let me have you do a perception check here. And again, this is kind of UN Brennick, so for what it's worth, this is like sound as well as sight. We'll call you the first one as sound, the second one is sight as Brennick. And um, then probably about like this is maybe like a half an hour of their time kind of playing around with this. They've passed. Do you keep any of the others awake?
Keep them awake?
Yeah, like, are you letting everybody go back to sleep and are you going back to your watch? Or are you, like, kind of staying um, alert? Like, what are you thinking everybody does, like, who's back inside of the dome?
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking. I need a rest.
Gotcha. Do you want to do your meditation and then you'll do, like, the last hour of watching? You're basically 3 hours into your watch.
Well, in that case, I'll finish the hour and then do my rest.
Gotcha. Do you think you would go outside of the dome and return to the tree? Or do you think at this point you're going to stay in the dome until you can actually, like, heal up with a rest?
I think I'm gonna stay inside.
Gotcha. Let me get another perception check from you. And then while Valixis, while you're kind of moving across, um, you did the perception, but I also want I don't know if I even said it at this point. Let me go for a d6 from you, Valixis. And I have each of you roll a d10. So Fen, from inside of the dome, let me actually do this opposite. Valixis and Brennick, as you are, I'm talking like this here, as you're heading back like across the city, maybe almost like jumping in towards the library and kind of coming back around, you're going to see at some point these same massively large, like spectral hands that are just kind of like palm out floating through the air. And again, Valixis doesn't see them. Brennick can describe them to you. These hands are probably about a foot or so taller than him. They're probably about like 7 feet. Valixis would probably assume about twice her height. These hands are like these massive magical spectral hands. They kind of fly past you all. There's three of them heading in that direction where you're about to head. They are flying towards that arboretum there. And a few moments later, during your watch here, Fen, you are going to see as these hands come to that general area, they seem to just kind of like hover and levitate in place. And they're just kind of outside of maybe 15, 30 feet here and there. They're just seemingly these odd hands floating around as if they kind of know where the dome is, but they don't. So we've got two separate groups to react to kind of that same thing. What are you guys thinking as you see these hands? Um, Same ones you guys saw like fly past you over when you first entered the city. I think you were leaving the museum.
Felix is on here and there. She kind of wonders because she originally thought the hands belonged to the necromancer that they pretty much dug up. So now she's kind of
Hold up. These are not the hands that you guys saw like in the necromantic tower. The necromancy tower, there were like hands inside of the stone, and when you went to like work and kind of like move the stone, the hands like became like humanoid, as if a human had a hand cut off and that hand was doing stuff. That blue hand that I have on the screen there, that's like what you're seeing like fly across this city, like a massive, not human spectral hand.
Okay, yeah. I remember that now because the first time you put it up there, I didn't realize that, and I was looking down, and I looked up and just saw this big ass hand floating on the screen. It freaked me the fuck out. Um, but about this ballistas, I kind of wonder like whose actual hands do those belong to? If they're just a spell, or if they're just or if someone here is actually controlling them.
Roll a perception check. We'll call this Brennick's ability to answer that question for you, maybe? Or an Arcana, even? Yeah, do the Arcana. If you rolled a perception already, what's your Arcana bonus? Alright, cool. Yeah, I think he could basically notice, like, these are three right hands. They're probably simply spells. I don't think either of you can cast this spell to know it. But you've heard of people who can manipulate magic a little bit different than, like, Brennick has a mage hand that he can cast that's a tiny, like, his hand kind of thing. But it's definitely probably not outside of your knowledge that some people can put enough magic into it that is kind of like a being in itself, almost as if you had a gigantic hand to do things with. How about Fan? What are you thinking as they kind of start to like hover around the tent, or not tent?
I think I would turn to Valine and worry about how much time is left on the spell.
If you roused her to kind of get her attention, she also does not recognize the spell. She can kind of like almost shrug you off though when she actually like looks at these things as threats. And she'll kind of look to you and, oh, we won't have any issue until the morning at the very least. Uh, how long have you been on watch? Are we near the end of your watch? We would have 4 hours.
Yeah, it's close to the end of the watch.
If you desire, I can watch now and can move forward. If you would like to finish this hour, you are welcome to, but we are safe for now. We're safe for you to rest.
And we'll take that up.
Gotcha. So you'll head into your meditation. We will get back to Valixis and Brennick. What sort of thought do you have if they've headed into that direction? Brennick understands that these are some sort of magical um, effect. Did you guys already fight these? These are magical things that you all can get in trouble with, kind of thing. They're just effectively creatures as not somebody is controlling the three of them. But what kind of thoughts do you have, Alexis? Like, do you think you and Brennick are going to continue with this idea, head into the Arboretum, and kind of follow them towards the others?
Yeah, I feel like we would still head back into the arboretum. We'll probably do our best to be careful to avoid them if we can.
Gotcha. Yeah, let me have you do again, kind of perception. First is you for hearing. Second will be Brennick for his ability to kind of look around. And are you guys good to go over if we play for another little bit here?
Oh yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah.
All right. So Valixis, you and Brennick are going to kind of follow these things into the Arboretum, recognizing on some level that their ability to hover, to not have legs, makes them much faster than you. You're going to lose sight of them pretty quickly in the darkness here. I guess in kind of the dim light, because the Mythaler is kind of 24/7. So yeah, you're gonna kind of lose. No, yeah, it is darkness in the Arboretum. So probably able to track them to the edge of that. You lose them inside of the actual trees, before it's just out of sight from where there's any light to be seen here. At some point, Fen, you're going to see all of the hands disappear from around the uh the dome. Do you have any thoughts as they all Oh wait, no, Fen went to sleep. This is a Valine roll. Um oh, that's a tough one. Mid-range. I think she's sitting inside of that dome, wondering if she should wake you all when they all leave, and just kind of decides probably not. The hands are going to head off. By the time you all, Brennick and Valixis, get a few 100 feet or so from the dome, you're going to see as these three hands are going to kind of flank you from behind, the right, and from the left. I want you to roll initiative again for me, Valixis. And Don, if you could just roll a d20, I'm going to have you kind of play as Brennick. All right, so all right. Got both of you first. So these things are moving in towards you before you are basically able to react, before they actually spring any sort of trap on you here. So for what it is worth, we are going to start with Brennick, uh, which would be Don. Do you want to jump over to Brennick? Are you familiar enough with a wizard? Or should I kind of give you any thoughts? Do you have any thoughts on what you would like to do as a momentary wizard?
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with spellcasters, so
Gotcha. I mean, you could place a fireball in a way that you could probably get two of these creatures. I
oh yeah,
think you would.
and I would definitely like to cast fireball.
Let me have you roll
I don't get a
8d6,
chance to do
please.
that. Yeah, I was thinking, what does he usually do? Firebolts, and I was, oh, fireball, yeah, hell yeah.
Here's what I was going to give you the choice of, though. You could get all five of you if you centered it on yourself, but all five of you have to dodge it. Brennick can't shape the spell, and I'm not sure he would actually conflagrate as quickly as Valixis would.
Yeah, I think he's a little more self-preservation orientated for that. I
Gotcha.
mean,
So we'll
if
do it
it as
against.
a last ditch effort, I can see him going for it, but not opening with it.
Right? If we're both going to die, or if I'm going to die, you're coming with me. So if you would roll 8d6 for me, please. His DC is 15, so one of these is going to take half of, what is that, 19? Roll a d6 for me, Rashad. Um, Basically, it's a 1, 2, or 3. All right, 1. Any thought? Do you want to run from that point with Brennick? Are you trying to hold your ground kind of between these three things? What sort of thought do you have right now? I'm definitely thinking like the classic Jurassic Park, like there's a velociraptor directly behind you in the States, and then two to your sides kind of thing. So realistically, once you blew them up, you're looking at one and there's one left and right.
I mean, if they're if you
Wait,
blew,
wait, my bad. This is still on Brennick. This is for Don.
oh, okay.
Yeah, I think if it was at all possible, he would try to back out of being encircled.
Like, do you want to move a full 30 feet? Kind of put like you know, say like 40 feet between you and the one that's in front of you right now.
Yeah, do full movement.
Gotcha. And that puts you closer to basically the encampment.
Gotcha.
From there, then we would go to Velixis. So then you've got Brennick noticing these things, and you hear his casting of fireball. You, God, can you hear something floating in air that's a spectral hand? I feel like at this point, it's got to be one of those things where do you want to explode a fireball directly where Brennick did? I feel like that's probably about all you've got. um, the sense where these things are is his explosion.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, and with him backing up, I can't really reach out to grab him to make sure I know where he's at
It's
either.
the same time though. That's one of the things. Like it's in initiative, like when you get something off, but this is technically the same 6 seconds. So if you walk back 30 feet, it doesn't mean that you're not like basically in stride with Brennick.
Okay, okay.
Does that sound
Um,
like what you'd like to do? Is basically drop a fireball in that same location and kind of just follow right back with him?
yeah, that sounds like a plan. I'm with where he exploded his fireball off at, I'm gonna do the same thing in the same
Let
area.
me have you roll an Arcana check real quick. I think it's a cool visual to see you exploding from your flesh. As you're blind, you've just like turned yourself into like an exploding porcupine. Um, I'd say it's enough that you know that where he exploded the fireball was. Oh wait, his would have had to dodge you guys, so it'd be farther away. Yeah, we'll go with it normal there. My bad. Let me get either cast the actual fireball so we get damage or roll 8d6. Yeah, so as you're pulling away and kind of following with Brennick, more or less in stride, Brennick can kind of tell you like one of these creatures just seems to almost evaporate in that second fireball explosion. Um, as far as things go, like just so Felixus kind of knows at this point that it's auditory there. From there, two of these are gonna go. Think for what it's worth, we're gonna do one at Brennick, one at Velixis. Um, Let's see. Brennick has shield, but that is a +10. Yeah, definitely just hitting. Brennick's about to get blasted for 20 points of damage. I don't see his temp, so he'll be at 40. And then the one at Velixa 17 should hit you. So you will take 26 force damage. Each of these are basically going to like blast into you. And just kind of like drag you backward, actually moving you 5 feet closer to everything. So it's back to you, Don, as Brennick. You can again instruct Felixis that one of them was killed. You each got punched by one of them. They feel very real when they punch you. What are you thinking here?
I well,
So
I
you've
can.
got another third level spell. You could do another fireball. One of the other things is you also have a very solid recognition. These are magics. Another third level spell is dispel magic. You can now touch this thing. You could potentially just get rid of it outright if you wanted to.
There's only one of them left.
There's two of them, but basically the one that just hit you is, directly there.
Okay, yeah. Then I'll try to dispel magic.
Gotcha. So let's see. As I like recommend it, and I'm not prepared to tell you what exact roll. I think you're just doing a spell attack on it. No, it's plus the spell's level. Oh shit, I gotta look up what these are. You know what? Let me have you roll the actual die first before I look it up. Yeah, so when you reach out and you actually go to touch this thing, you kind of like start to like touch into this, and you kind of recognize as you start to like counter this magic and break apart its bonds. This isn't a spell. This is of like perversion of magic. This thing is alive. This is a living creature. I hope you don't feel tricked, but you cannot dispel this thing, or at least you failed there. Do you want to break away and start running from it? This is where you might take an attack of opportunity to break away.
Yeah, I guess. Keep moving.
16 is your AC. But he has plenty of level 1 spell slots. He would normally shield there. I'd say as you're running away, this thing's going to again try to like slam down, almost palm on top of your head. And you're just going to release a shield over your head to be able to block that one. Velixis, as Brennick is again kind of moving away, same idea. Like you, this time you didn't actually hear him explode something, but you at very least just got punched by the force of this thing. You could easily know again, like hand on Brennick, this thing punched you. Do you want to nuke this area? What are you thinking?
So, I didn't hear Brendan hit anything, but if he let go, I
Do
would
you
feel like
have dispel magic?
I do not.
Gotcha.
Uh, she would actually, yeah, she would definitely nuke this area again around her with the blue flame.
Gotcha. So you do like another flame nova, kind of igniting your skin. Roll those 8d6 as you do another fireball. And then otherwise, are you moving away with Brennick as he starts to move?
Sorry, wrong thing. And then yeah, go ahead and proceed to move away.
Roll odd or even for me here. Just any die. Odd is the one that was attacking Brennick. The even is the one that was attacking Velixis. All right. So the as you go to run, you are going to again get blasted from one of these hands from behind. That one's going to do 37 points of blood force damage to you as you run away from it. Um, Rennick, you're going to see though as Velixis like does this fire nova, the hand that struck at you is going to wither into the weave and kind of dissipate into dust, kind of thing. And that hand is going. The hand that survived is gonna go after Velixis. 14, I think, does miss you. What's your AC on Velixis right now?
13.
Son of a bitch. Do you have shield? Have you ever gotten that? If you don't have shield, you're about to take 29 more force damage.
I do not have shit.
Are you still standing once you take that damage?
I am not.
So when you watch Velixis explode as she starts to flee from you, wait, you already got to her. This is on its turn. You're gonna watch as Velixis like gets smashed, like runs across, and by the time she's like getting to you, she gets hit again, and Velixis is going to basically be tumbling into the ground in front of Brennick at this point. Um, you're probably about uh like 50 or so feet from the actual shelter here. Um what do you think Brennick would do? Um I think among the options that like I would say he's probably looking at is that he can either Misty step himself and get inside of the actual dome to alert everybody else. He's close enough that he can basically get to them like that, like running his 30 feet and then Misty stepping into the dome, um, and then perhaps even running kind of back out, something like that. I guess he doesn't have to Misty step to get into the dome. You could run or and take your action to get in there. I guess maybe I was thinking you had your action like that. You could heal Velixis with your action using his med kit, and then kind of do anything that you would want, like bonus action run with Misty Step, movement run. What kind of things do you think you would do, or do you think just kind of stand your ground with Velixis basically is collapsing unconscious at your feet?
I think Brennick will shoot out with the last fireball.
Gotcha. Let me get those 8d6. So many fucking ones. Rashad, let me see how much you like your character. Can I have you roll 5d10?
You want me to whisper it or just roll 5d10?
No. 5d10 just in public. All right, so you've seen a few of these creatures die at this point now, Brennick. So weird. So you've seen a few of these creatures kind of die from your magic at this point as you've like exploded through them with fire. You've seen Velixis's fire doing a similar thing. When you blast through this one with a fireball here, um, yeah, when you blast through this one, you're going to see the first signs of its magic giving way. This creature is indeed effectively mortally wounded at this point here, but it was too little for your magic at that point. So you effectively have Velixis at your feet. This thing is still alive, kind of right in front of you. What sort of thoughts do you have? Are you going to move? Otherwise, we'll go to Velixis for a death saving throw, which I would like whispered.
Yeah, I think I would move up to Velixis. Be in position next round.
My bad. She fell at your feet. Do you want to move in front of her to kind of like almost like put yourself in that way?
Yeah.
Gotcha. So with that, we'll go. That's the end of Branix there. Kind of standing your ground. You see this thing's close to death. Uh, Felixis, let me get that whisper death save. I say realistically, it's only attacking on a 1. Oh shit! I just realized when you rolled yours there that you're on whisper and I'm on whisper. Whoops! I didn't mean for that. Yeah. So this one's going to smash into Brennick. And Brennick's about to take another 29 damage. Oh wait, what was that? A 21? Yeah, meets beats. You can't do that. All right, right back to it, guys. Top of the order, Brennick. What would you like to do? At this point, you are out of fireballs. This thing is mortally wounded. Um, this is probably one of those points where uh, second level magic missile might be enough to kill it. First level magic missile, a little bit lower chance, but it might be able to. Otherwise, you've got things like you could mind spike this if you thought it had a mind. You could try to do something like using frost fingers to try to freeze this thing. What would you like to do with Brennick's action here?
I'm gonna take no fail second level magic missile.
Let me get, I believe that is 4d4 from you, sir. Crushing. What a way to redeem those ones.
Right?
Yeah, so each of these little like points of light are just going to shit, I forget what Brannick's casting focus is. I think he's got a crystal ball. But each of these points of light are almost going to like zap into this thing. And like you can almost watch moment by moment as like the first one hits, the second one hits, and as the third one like hits, this thing's already like turning into a wisp. And you can like watch as these little wisps are starting to dissipate, and these missiles from your like mind are each still tracking on, and one after another just ding, 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 and then this thing dissipates into nothing. Um, you have Velixis at your feet, directly behind you. Velixis is unconscious. You have the ability to heal. Velixis will have to make one more death saving throw before you have a chance to heal. Before I worry about whether Velixis rolls that, though, you would be able to get to heal her and fix her. So even with a 1, Velixis like effectively can't die here. And I think we will say we are back to the safety of the nether tree. I think Brennick wants to hide inside. He's at 18 points to stay inside of the dome. Um, but maybe some of the healthier individuals kind of will protect Velixis here, as she is still incapable of heading into the dome. And next week, we will continue with the exploration